Don't you mute us? Mute us?
That was more of the county.
I can.
Jessica, if you control the muting, it might work better.
Then we'll have to have everyone raise their hand when appropriate.
Mr. Mayor, we are live now.
Welcome to the 4/7 City Council meeting. May I take a roll call, please?
Councilmember Penrose,
Present.
Councilmember Reddick,
Here.
Councilmember Rohrbeck,
Here.
Vice Mayor Brownstone,
Here.
Mayor Eisen.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right, very good. So I just want to ask people in the public very quickly to bear with us with this new format, as I have to use multiple surfaces to make sure we are following the agenda. So here we go. Let's start out here. City Council, boom. Okay. We don't have to do a flag, anything to the flag or do, no, okay, just checking. All right, so we start off with the COVID-19 response plan update. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, and before we start with that, I'll just ask if our, since we're new at this, I'll just ask our city attorney and city clerk to maybe make some comments also to the public about the meeting.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So I'll jump in.
Prior to that, shouldn't we leave closed session?
We're probably getting to it right now, maybe, or
Don't
what
we
do you
do
mean
that now?
leave closed session? What do you mean?
Report out from closed session.
Report out. Report out.
Well, the report out from closed session is a little bit later in the agenda, but
Exactly.
I will report that the council has decided to continue the closed session discussion. We did not finish, so that will be continued to the end of this meeting, and we'll probably need instructions from our city clerk as to how to do that with the Zoom meeting, logging off and logging on. But we'll work on that when we get there. I did want to talk a little bit about the fact that we are all in a virtual meeting. This will be our first one following the last meeting which we had, which was a modification of our typical structure, but this one is entirely all virtual, and that's in accordance with the health officers' 2 shelter-in-place orders, as well as the governor's most recent March 17th executive order, which modified some of the provisions of the Brown Act to allow for the all teleconference meeting without an actual physical location. So in compliance with that order, this meeting, of course, is broadcast in several channels, and also we are accepting public comments as reflected in the agenda itself. Those comments can be emailed. The email address is on the agenda, jblair@hmbcity.com. And in accordance with that executive order, which allows members of the public to observe and address the meeting telephonically or otherwise electronically. So we requested the comments to be emailed. However, there is a phone number on the front of the agenda that rings through to Jessica's office. Anyone could have called in advance to request alternative arrangements. And if anyone is not able to email comments this evening, they can call Jessica's, the city clerk's office, at the number reflected on the front of the agenda. So I'll pass this off to Jessica if there's anything else to add to that.
I would just add that we are streaming on channel 27. We are also streaming on PCT's website, which is pacificcoast.tv. We are streaming on the city's Facebook page in English at City of Half Moon Bay, and we are also streaming on Facebook Live in Spanish at City of Half Moon Bay Recreation.
Very good. Great updates, and thank you guys for giving an option for everybody to attend the best way possible, given the situation we're all in. And I just appreciate your efforts to make this all flow. So with that, I will appreciate that and then move on to the COVID-19 response plan update.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
believe.
Mayor. I appreciate that. We do obviously have an update on the COVID-19 response plan. This is an item that will be on the council's agenda for every meeting moving forward for the time being. Tonight, I'm going to kick it over to Deputy City Manager Matthew Chittister. He's going to start the presentation. And then after he's done, he's going to turn it back to me. And at that point, I am going to make a presentation about the current city finances and our situation and the impact that the virus is having on our financial situation. So with that, Matthew, kick us off.
Okay, can you see the presentation on your screens?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Honorable council members, I'm happy to be in front of you today to provide you with an update of where the city is in its response to COVID-19 and the impacts it's having on our community, on our organization, and how we're all working together to provide relief and support during this time. This first slide is just a little bit of a timeline on the background. A lot has happened in a very short amount of time, although it does feel like it's been happening forever as well. The county first activated the EOC on March 2nd to start ramping up operations and preparing for this disaster. The county, as I think most of you know, is the lead here locally for disaster response, and our chain of command to the state and the federal government. On March 10th, the Board of Supervisors declared an emergency and a local health emergency, and on the 14th, barred gatherings of 50 or more persons, and that's where we started to see things really change for, I think, a lot of us. And on March 16th is when the health officers from the 6 Bay Area counties announced the shelter in place for 3 weeks through tonight, April 7th. The next day on March 17th was our last council meeting, and that's where you declared a local state of emergency. We closed all of our city facilities and modified our staff schedules to work from home as much as possible, and modified those that work in the field, their work schedules as well. On April 1st, the schools issued an extended shelter-in-place order through at least May 3rd, and then that was followed by the health officers doing the same, with additional clarifications as to what sheltering in place means, the types of businesses that could be open, and that has been echoed throughout the state. Many of the other counties in the Bay Area have adopted similar shelter-in-place orders, and statewide we're under shelter-in-place order. Of note also is many of the school districts have announced that for the remainder of the school year, kids are going to be working remotely and not going back to campuses, and that obviously is going to have a significant impact on the communities affected by that. So talking about our community here on the coast, we've obviously seen significant impacts, and I just wanted to talk through some of the different groups of residents that we have and the impacts that they're experiencing. Our Latino and immigrant community have felt significant impacts due to COVID and the shelter in place. A lot of it is related to employment. A lot of the members of that community are in low wage jobs, service industry jobs, which have all but shut down. And for those in our immigrant community, especially those that are undocumented, receiving federal aid and support is much more difficult. And so for a lot of those folks, finding alternative sources of income and support is very, very difficult. Additionally, this is a part of our population where many of our residents live in less than ideal housing conditions during the best of times and are sharing small apartments and homes with many members, which makes social distancing and safe and healthy interactions very, very difficult at this time. And exposure to one person in the home could lead to widespread exposure to many members of a family. There are other impacts to that community. I'll cover those with some of our other groups here. The homeless are another group that have been impacted significantly by COVID-19. As we know, the state is taking actions to identify hotels and provide funding for shelters to help support the homeless. Finding hotels on the coast side has been extremely difficult. And we're also finding that, as has happened in San Francisco, traditional shelters are a difficult place to shelter in place, because even if social distancing standards are maintained, having many people at risk under one roof just increases opportunities for the spread of the disease. Seniors are, of course, at risk, not only through just traditional health situations, but many live in isolated lives and depend on meals and other services to be provided to them. And simple tasks like going shopping or doing laundry may already be difficult for them, and under current conditions are sometimes impossible. Students and teachers have obviously been affected. Students by having to adapt to home-based learning, many of which with parents that are trying to work from home or having to go to work as essential workers. And that's put a real burden on students and families to try to maintain learning and growth in their academic careers while adapting to this change. Many families do not have access to the technology required to do at-home learning. And that's especially true in the Latino and immigrant communities. And I know that the school district, the library, and the county are working really hard to find options. And as students return from spring break, we hope that some additional resources will be made available so that, for instance, internet hotspots become available to families that don't have internet access, and Chromebooks are made available to students without computers. Teachers also are severely impacted by this. Teachers have been working to adapt their lesson plans to find ways to stay engaged with their students and keep their students engaged with each other. And technology plays a huge role, but from those teachers that I interact with, the burden of dealing with technology on top of preparing lessons plans, as you can imagine, these teachers are overburdened, and also missing those interactions with their students who they, obviously develop strong relationships with and care deeply about, and knowing that some of those students are currently struggling is taking a toll on them as well. Youth and families in general, youth struggle obviously with the shelter in place. I have children of all ages, and I know for my teenagers, the lack of social interaction with their peers is extremely difficult for them. That social interaction is really important for their development and their mental health. And so students and families, youth and families are finding ways to create that interaction. And hopefully families are finding ways to convince their youth to stay at home, shelter in place, and respect the order so that life can get back to normal. But obviously many families are struggling financially, struggling with the new lifestyle of some working from home and teaching their children at home. Life as we know it is completely different right now. And then I think residents in general are struggling with access to the goods and services they normally rely upon. We know the issues that have happened at grocery stores and other stores with certain goods that people need for everyday life and runs on those goods. Sanitation supplies are hard to find. Traditional shopping is hard to do right now. And of course, being at the coast, dealing with visitors that don't respect the shelter in place rules has been a special strain on people that are concerned about exposure to the virus. And having visitors and other people come and inundate our streets and our beaches obviously has taken a toll on our residents as well. Gratefully, our community has shown its true colors and really stepped up during this time. And there are many, many resources being made available to those in our community that need help. And just a short list of them here. Coastside Hope is the core service agency for the county. They represent the county on many public benefits here on the coast side, and they have totally stepped up and ramped up their efforts during this time. They're providing an abundance of services and have asked to be that first point of contact for families in need. And so as we come across people in need, we drive them to Coastside Hope services. And Coastside Hope is not only a provider of many services, they're also a clearinghouse to get people access to what they need. Some examples of services they're providing, obviously food distribution, help with rent, help with personal finances, and access to housing support is something they always do. In addition, we know that through the federal stimulus package, people are best positioned to receive their financial aid checks from the government if they filed their taxes. And Coastside Hope is providing tax preparation services for individuals, especially those that don't have access to computers and the ability to file their own taxes online. So that's a really important service they're providing right now. And they participate in the Coastside Crisis Fund, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. Senior Coastsiders is obviously a really important central point for all of our senior residents. They've ramped up their food distribution operations with Meals on Wheels. They're distributing more than double the meals they normally provide to seniors on the coast. They've requested and received a significant number of volunteers from the community to help with that effort. And we're in regular contact with them, and they're doing well and providing great services to our seniors and being really creative in how they can continue to expand their service provision. Food distributions are made available on a very regular basis right now to members of the community. Coastside Hope is leading many of those. The city is leading some, and obviously the food pantries are going gangbusters right now and seeking out donations and additional food to be able to distribute. Additionally, as we know, we've got a lot of community members volunteering with our local agencies, but there's also a next door group that has formed, and they connect neighbors with neighbors to help each other. So it's an open group. It's not managed in any way. It just allows people a forum to connect. And an individual could say that they don't have a way to go to the laundromat and do their laundry, or they need someone to pick up a prescription for them and their normal channels aren't working. Someone can volunteer and provide these services to them directly. And it's been really popular and really helpful for many members of our community. And it also provides a source of connection for people that are isolated. From a financial standpoint, the Coastside Crisis Fund is up and running. That's a collaboration between Coastside Hope, Abundant Grace, and ALAS. And intake for this is through Coastside Hope, and it's a funding source for families and individuals that may not be eligible for all of the government county-provided services that Coastside Hope administers. It's a place where people can donate and have funding distributed to individuals and families specifically here on the coast. And when I spoke to Eric DeBode from Abundant Grace on Friday afternoon, just a few days after its launch, they'd already raised $70,000 in donations, which also positioned them to start going after larger philanthropic agencies. And their goal is to raise approximately $500,000. That's what they estimate the need will be here on the coast over the next several months. Mariners Church has also set up a relief fund. You need not be a member of their church or a participant in their church to participate either through donations or through being a recipient. The SMC Strong Fund has been set up by the county as another way to support the entire county community, including members on the coast side. And to really make things easier for folks to find these resources or to offer their support with the support of Council Member Penrose and some strong examples from other communities. We've set up what's called the Coastside Collaborative Relief Coalition website. Here are the URLs. It's both in English and Spanish. It's a living website. We'll continue to add to it as additional services become available and resources come available. We've kept it pretty simple, but if you go to either of these URLs, or if you just go to the city website and go to emergency preparedness and COVID-19, you'll find these links to these websites. And this will give you access to the Coastside Crisis Fund, to the Mariters Church donation area, the SMC Strong donation area. There's also a place where you can email a city staff member, and they can get you connected to volunteer opportunities through the Coastside Collaborative, which is a loose coalition of all the nonprofits and service providers here on the coast. And the goal of all of this is to make it really easy for people to find help or provide help during this time. And of course, anybody who has recommendations for additional services or resources, please reach out to us and we'll add those to this site. Businesses have also been significantly impacted by the current shelter in place and the outbreak of COVID-19. There are what you call essential businesses and non-essential businesses, all of which are struggling right now, but especially our non-essential businesses, those that don't provide services that are deemed essential under the definitions from the county and the state. And many of those businesses have closed their doors and are struggling, and the concern is that some of them may not make it through this crisis and will have to close their doors permanently. Many of our hotels are closed right now due to the restrictions and lack of interest in travel right now. And short-term rentals are severely restricted under the current shelter-in-place order. Construction activities are also limited, and many of the businesses have concerns about being able to pay taxes during this time. On the bright side, we've seen some really creative approaches to business continuity. Many of the restaurants have adapted to takeout only and delivery options, which they hadn't done before. Just this evening, the Downtown Association started the Coastside Comeback campaign, and you can go to coastsidecomeback.com. And this is an opportunity for people to buy business cards, or to buy gift certificates to local businesses. And it's a way to help keep businesses receiving revenue and staying afloat. And then the idea is that you would come back after the crisis to redeem those certificates and get the services from the businesses. Again, this was just launched, and the hope is that this is another way for people on the coast to support the businesses that we traditionally would patronize and don't want to see lost during this time. The farmers market is also a business that remains open. Farmers markets are considered an essential service under the state and county definitions, similar to grocery stores and other places where people shop for food. Our farmers market has made significant changes to operations and kicked those off this past weekend. We had staff there shopping and checking it out, and they really went to great lengths to socially distance people and protect people from exposure to the disease. And it's promising the work that they've done. To support that, we've opened up the restrooms at Ted Adcock during that time so that people have a place to go to the restroom and wash their hands, although there are hand washing stations for the vendors there to constantly wash their hands and stay clean. So, you know, some other creative things we've seen out there, lots of signage and, you know, incentives for people to come in and purchase from our local businesses. And I know that the city and the Downtown Association, the Hotel BID, and the Chamber are all working together on a standardized signage campaign. So it'll be really easy for people to know what businesses are open and what businesses are closed right now. If you go to the Chamber website, there's a ongoing updated list of businesses that are still operating, and it provides hours of operations and links and phone numbers. So if you're looking for services available here on the coast, go to the Chamber website, and all that information is there. Other business resources, again, the Chamber of Commerce is really monitoring all the different changes in service programs being provided by the federal and state governments. The San Mateo County Economic Development Association does the same. We know that the CARES Act has been approved by the federal government and has many programs, including Paycheck Protection Program, small business loans, a variety of actions that we hope will become available as they come online to our local businesses and help get them through this tough time. The Chamber of Commerce and SAMCETA websites are probably the best resources to gain information, and SAMCETA also has phone numbers you can call to get live help if you're a business owner. The state has taken actions. They've done certain tax deferments. The county announced yesterday, or maybe even this morning, that they're deferring property tax payments for a period of time to help local property owners that are suffering right now take a little bit more time before they have to make those tax payments. And of course, the city is working very, very closely with the chamber and the different business groups with regular meetings, looking for ways to support them. The county adopted this morning a eviction ordinance for commercial operators to protect small businesses that lease space from eviction from impacts during this time. The county's action only affects the unincorporated areas, which of course help the coast side because outside of Half Moon Bay, all those businesses are in unincorporated areas. And we are actively as a city looking at our ability to do the same thing here locally, and something we'll be looking at as we go forward. As far as updates to the city organization and our staff, all our facilities are closed through May 3rd, and we'll obviously continue to reevaluate this as we get additional information from the state and county about shelter-in-place orders. All of our recreation program and rentals have been canceled through May 3rd, and our city council and planning commission meetings will continue as scheduled and under this type of format for now, remote options. But always during this time, looking at social distancing protocols. And then all of our other events, commissions, committees, and other city meetings have been canceled through May 3rd, unless they're necessary and can be done remotely. The city's been working really closely with the state and the county on the impacts of individuals not respecting the shelter-in-place orders and coming to the coast side as a place to recreate and get away from the peninsula and other parts of the Bay Area. Caltrans has changed a lot of their SIG alert signs to tell people to stay home. And that's about as simple a message as we can get is just stay home. The county now has a 5-mile limitation on travel for recreation. And all the parks, all the beaches have the gates closed, parking lots closed. We have signage in many of our neighborhoods letting people know that there's no beach access. And we're working obviously very closely with the sheriff to enforce and educate people as they try to make their way to our beaches. We'll also be looking at ways to use city staff to reinforce this as this has become a primary concern of our residents. We're also obviously working very closely with our community partners to support relief efforts. Coastside Hope, as I mentioned, is doing several food pantry and distributions, and city staff are there supporting those as workers to make sure that they have plenty of folks to help distribute and make sure that people receive their food. We've also taken on what used to be a monthly distribution to a weekly distribution at the Ted Adcock Community Center, Thursday afternoons, completely staffed by city staff, and it's a way that we can support the community. There will be one this Thursday afternoon for those that are interested. Senior Coastsiders, as I mentioned, has been recruiting volunteers and support staff to help with the food deliveries and working in their kitchen with the expanded cooking and ordering. And we have many city staff supporting that work as well. And we continue to seek additional opportunities to support our community through our staff. Communication efforts, I'm sure you've seen, have ramped up significantly during this time. Our communications team is doing an incredible job communicating with the community, providing information in a lot of different ways, and helping people feel safe and connected to our community and knowing what changes are happening out there. And that includes our weekly mayor's letters from our Mayor Adam Eisen, daily updates on our webpage and social media about COVID-19, We have a COVID-19 webpage that provides up-to-date information on COVID and the impacts on the city. And then there's been special news releases and social posts as needed. And we're sharing other people's social media as well, including the Chamber and the Downtown Association. And I'm going to give a little special shout out to one of my staff members. Victor Gaitan has been going round the clock translating all this stuff because it's so important to provide it in English and Spanish for all the members of our community. And we're really grateful for all the efforts from the communications team. These are just some samples of the things people should be looking for in their social media. We encourage people to subscribe to the city's webpage, Facebook page, and that's a place that they can get additional information on a very regular basis. On top of all the special things that are being done, community development staff wanted to make sure people knew that they are continuing to process permits and applications remotely as far as they can during this time under the restrictions that we have under the shelter-in-place order. If people go to the city website and go to the community development page, there's a list of contacts and the things that those folks do to make it really easy for people to get connected to the right areas of that department. Of note are construction limitations under the most recent shelter-in-place order. Most construction is prohibited. Community development staff will look at requests for permits and the ability to continue construction on a case-by-case basis, but again, it's incredibly limited under the current shelter-in-place order. Additionally, hotels and short-term rentals are prohibited unless you are housing essential service workers. And so you'll see at the bottom of this page, if there are any concerns from the community about activity on private property under the shelter-in-place order, please contact code enforcement. The individual you'd want to reach is Joe Butcher. He's our community preservation specialist. He's out and about every day, checking in on these things and working with community members to educate them and help them come into compliance with the shelter-in-place order. You can call him at 650-726-8285 or email jbutcher@hmbcity.com. And with the work that he's doing, we're really grateful for a partnership with the Sheriff's Office that helps him make those contacts and work with individuals to come into compliance. And it's a great partnership that we have. And at this point, I'm happy to take any questions on the first portion of the presentation. Otherwise, I will turn the time over to Bob to talk about other impacts on the city.
Thank you, Matthew. So at this time, I would like to make some comments and take questions, of course, if the council has any, on the financial situation of the city and the impacts that this crisis is having on our finances, steps we have already taken, steps we are planning to take, and steps that we're considering for the future as we look forward to next fiscal year. So to start with, I'm actually going to start with some good news. So here's the good news. The city is in a very strong financial position going into this. That is a true statement. We are in a very strong financial position going into this. So that's good. So why do I say that? We have 3 reserves, essentially. We have a couple more, but 3 main reserves. We have an operating reserve. We have the reserve for economic uncertainty that the council established last year. Just an incredible move for the council to do that. And then we also have a pension reserve. It's smaller, but it has about $1.3 million in it. Those 3 reserves total up $8.2 million. And I would say those are very healthy. And if we were to compare ourselves to other cities, that is a very good position to be in. So that's good. Another point that allows me to say we're in a good position going into this is we have a lean workforce. We have 42 staff for a city of 13,000 people. That is just amazingly lean. And the amount of work that we do with 42 people is incredible. Now, we are what people would call a contract city. Fire is done by another district, water's done by another district, and so forth. But with the staff we have, to be lean makes us more nimble going into a crisis. Speaking of contracts, obviously the biggest one is with the sheriff. That is another reason why we're in a good position going into this. Brilliant move 10 years ago. That contract is just paying us back in spades. The service we get for the money we pay is incredible. And now that we're in this crisis, we could not do what we're doing without the sheriff's backstop as we employ resources to fight this crisis. So just amazing that we did that, and here we are now. And then finally, the reason I say we're in good shape going into this, we have a property tax base. Our property tax base is not the biggest part of our revenue, but it's decent. It's about 20% of our general fund revenue is our property tax base. And our feeling, our estimate, our best inclination, the best advice we're getting from other people is that property tax, that source of revenue, will not be as affected as other sources. So it's good to have that base. It may be affected 2 years from now if we go into a protracted recession, but that is a good thing to have. So that's why I can say we're in a strong position going into this. And Matthew, if you can, do you have the next slide available? Yeah, go to the next one. Yeah, this one. So now I'm going to talk about weaknesses, because we do have weaknesses. There's no doubt about it. So our number one source of general fund revenue is transiency occupancy tax. It's about 40% of our general fund revenue. And why is that a weakness? Well, it's very obvious now, but it's even a weakness in good times. It's a volatile revenue source. It's not like property tax. It's more volatile. And so we have to think about that and plan for that. Right now, it's almost crazy for me to even have to say that with what we're going through, that it's volatile. But our revenue from TOTs going into April are almost zero. And for all practical purposes, that's the estimation we're using for right now. So that is a huge weakness and something that we're very concerned about and something we're monitoring. Another weakness is our sales tax revenue. That represents about 19% of our general fund base. I would say sales tax is moderately volatile. We are getting numbers back, and we just recently had a meeting with our sales tax consultant. And yeah, obviously, again, you look around, everything's closed. We're not generating sales tax. It's very volatile right now. But our best estimation is that it'll bounce back faster than transiency occupancy tax. And so our estimation are that that'll do better. And so I call it moderately volatile as opposed to TOT, which is a problem. There's no doubt about it. So with that, with our strength and with our weakness, we are spending a lot of time forecasting and preparing for how to make recommendations to your council to deal with this. So for the last 3 weeks, since the last council meeting was 3 weeks ago, we have been doing forecasting on the two volatile revenue sources, TOT and sales tax. Our finance team has been working nonstop on this. What have they been doing? They have been talking to experts. We have a sales tax consultant. We have a TOT consultant. They've been doing that. They've been talking to other cities and seeing what other cities are experiencing. Just today, they got some data from Pismo Beach to see how they're being affected. They're reading articles just like everyone else is, local articles in the state of California about what other cities are doing, what they're predicting, so forth and so on. They're talking to businesses. They've talked to some of the bigger businesses, and they're now going into a more kind of institutionalized reach out to businesses so they can even get more kind of micro data to help them with their predictions. So I wanted to show this slide here because it's interesting to go back and look at our budget from last year. This was a slide that we showed last year in the budget on page 13, and it's a typical 5-year forecast where the message that was sent in the budget was that revenues at that time, a year ago, believe it or not, were looking pretty good. We were even able to add additional services with last year's budget. We added a couple positions, we added some additional services, and on top of that, add the reserve for economic uncertainty. But we also said, well, what if times don't stay good? And so a year ago, we had no idea this pandemic was going to happen. But we said, let's look 5 years out. And what if we start to go into a recession? And so the green line started to predict, with the best information we had at that time, less than a year ago, that in a recession, 5 years out, by the time we got to 24, 25, we would have potentially a deficit if we didn't make changes to our expenditures. So again, that was it's a model. We have to have a balanced budget by law every year, but this model showed that if there's a recession, we're going to have to make some decisions and do something about it because we can't have a deficit. Matthew, if you'd go to the next slide, or if it's Jessica. So this is interesting. I went back and reread this today. This is right out of the budget. I think it's important to see this. Looking ahead, in spite of positive revenue projections for fiscal year 1920, economists are predicting an economic downturn in the next 12 to 18 months that could last between 2 to 4 years. Based on this assumption and experience from the last recession, staff has modeled a 5-year forecast, which is what I just showed, reaching a deficit of $844,000. Due to this concern, staff is proposing the establishment of a reserve for economic uncertainty. The purpose of this reserve is to smooth out the effects of a dramatic downturn in the economy that would have a direct negative impact on the city's primary revenue sources, i.e. property tax, sales tax, TOT. A specific policy for use of this fund will be prepared and provided to the City Council during the fiscal year. The overall goal is to have sufficient funds available to avoid drastic cuts to services and the layoff of city employees. So very interesting to go back and read that. We had no idea what was coming. We had no idea. We were just proposing a good conservative approach, and your council was brilliant in establishing the economic reserve so we could have something to smooth out the impacts. Here we are today, and things are much worse than we could have predicted. If we were to flash back to the 5-year forecast I just showed, that we all know that's massively out of date. What we are now experiencing, we could not have predicted a year ago, and now here we are. So I wanted to show this though, because back to the good news, we have all these things ready to smooth it out. So now here's what we're predicting. This is the best information, as I said, that we have at this time. So for the rest of this fiscal year through June 30th, so that's 3 more months, we're predicting we will end the year with 68% of the TOT that we predicted when we approved that budget. 68%. The reason for that is Q1, Q2, and about half of Q3 were good. Q4, as I mentioned earlier, at this point, to be conservative, we're predicting 0 for right now for Q4. And so we get 68%, which is about a $2.2 million hit. For sales tax, we're predicting by June 30th, we will have 71% of what we predicted when the budget was approved by your council last June, 71%. Again, there's obviously some things that are working right now, and that's the best information we have at that time. That's about an $850,000 hit. So between the two of those, that's a $3.1 million hit when we close the books that we're predicting right now by June 30th of this year. Looking ahead, we've started to predict for next fiscal year. So for next fiscal year, starting July 1st, 2020, 2021, I hesitate to use words like worst case scenario, best case scenario. It's really difficult at this point, but we are trying to be conservative and accurate. So for TOT, we're thinking that one scenario, I don't know if it's best case, worst case, it's just a scenario with the best information we have, is that we would receive 34% of our TOT based on what we got this year. So that would be about a $4.4 million less than what we got in what would have been the last normal year, let's call it. And then and sales tax, we actually think might go up a little bit and be at 76%. So again, this is where we're at, and our plan is to keep refining these estimates. We're going to be looking at other signals in the budget and other revenue sources. We have non-general fund revenue sources. It's a very complicated budget, and there's a lot of other sources that we need to look at. But we're paying our most attention to TOT and sales tax as we move forward. So next, I want to just make a couple comments about what we're doing. So that's on the revenue side. We're watching that, and we're looking at that revenue relative to, as I said, the reserves that we have available, so we can bring forth to you options, policy options about how much do you use your reserves versus how much do we make cuts that we're going to propose, and what position would that put us in. So as we come forward with the budget, again, we're going to try to have our revenue projections as refined and as good as we can, and then that is compared to decisions we make about the reserves we have. So what we're doing right now, effective already to finish out this fiscal year, we have gone into a hiring freeze, essentially. So if anyone were to leave at this point, we don't fill the position. We have a vacant position, it's not being filled. So that's been effective now for about 2 weeks. We are also going into basically what we're calling a non-essential items expenditure freeze. So all the departments have been instructed that between now and the end of the year to freeze what we define as non-essential expenditures. So they're all working on their budgets, and they're making those decisions and freezing certain things. And then the third thing that we've done already is to start to look at delaying capital. So capital is a very big ticket item, and there's decisions that we're already making now before we go into next fiscal year about delaying capital, pausing capital, and not make some capital expenditures that were already authorized in the budget. So this is important. On top of the 3 reserves we have, last year the council approved $3.1 million to capital. As of this moment, the city has not expended all that $3.1 million. I think we've maybe spent about $1.5 million of it. So as we slow down capital right now, that is, as we close the books on this fiscal year, there's money there that acts as almost another reserve. We may put it back in capital, but again, because our predictions on revenue are so hard to predict and the sources are so volatile, that's a good thing for us to be able to do that. So that's what we've done right now. As we look ahead to next fiscal year, we're going to do a lot of other things. And we'll continue to look at capital because it's such a big ticket item. Last year, we devoted 3.1 to capital. As of this moment, we had a meeting recently with the capital project public works staff. And one scenario is that zero general fund is contributed to capital next year. That would essentially that would be like a $3.1 million savings in compared to what we did this year, if you look at it that way. So yes, our revenues are going down, but if we don't, if we don't contribute at 3.1, it balances against that. So that's the first thing to do to work against those decreased revenues that we're predicting. $3.1 million that we were able to do this year, that one scenario would be zero. Now, it gets a little tricky. I don't want to overgeneralize. When we met with the public works staff, they're going to go through an exercise of prioritizing projects, because some projects might be considered essential and some projects may not be considered essential. Also, some projects may have grants tied to them and have a match, and some projects may have momentum where it's hard to stop them. So they're going to systematically go through and determine, as we go into next fiscal year, what we can essentially pause to save the money versus what kind of capital projects have to proceed. So that's going to happen. And then finally, on what we're looking ahead to do this year and then going into next year, of course, is staffing. So the city has 2 unions. We have Local 39 and we have the management union. Each union has an MOU that goes for another year and ends June 30th, 2021. So we're obviously already looking ahead to renegotiating that MOU in a year. And those negotiations will start obviously earlier than that. But even before we do that, we're going to reach out to them. So the Human Resource Director, Lisa Lopez, is getting ready to contact the unions and start a series of meet and confers to talk to them about the situation we're in right now. Not only looking ahead to the MOUs for a year from now, but looking at our situation right now and what kind of steps could be taken that we could work with the staff in a collaborative way to, as I said, smooth through this. Obviously, the cuts get more and more drastic the more this goes on. If this goes on for a full year, if there's a second wave and social distancing has to continue, we're going to keep revising our revenue projections, and we're going to continue to go through our list of cuts and keep going down the list so that we can deliver a balanced budget. That's the way the process is going to work. Right now, I just want to acknowledge that we have an incredible staff here. They're very committed. It's amazing the stories I've heard from some of the staff once we had to send them all home. We have staff we just have staff now working in different ways. And our strategy is to have all staff work, but it's a paradigm shift now to basically reassign work and redeploy those staff. So right now we have what people call essential services. We have what people call non-essential services. And so essential services are ones that they have to keep going on for us to just keep operating. Police, for example, some public work functions. And then one could argue there's non-essential services. Certain recreation programming is non-essential. But we have employees in these categories. We have employees now working at home, working remotely. We have employees working out in the field still, some of the public work staff, and we may put more employees out in the field. And then we also have employees who may provide community services, may partner with a nonprofit. And we are considering that if a city staff goes and works for a nonprofit through a program that we're putting forth, not on their own, but through our partnership, that would still count as working in their city capacity. So all that's going on, and I just want to say the stories I've heard is that the employees don't want to be home. I mean, they're going stir crazy like everyone else, and we have such an amazing, dedicated staff. They want to work. They want to work. They want to do their jobs, and they also want to help fight this crisis. That's what I've heard. So one thing to remember on that thought before I move from staffing is, governments are clearly different than the private sector. And that's why we have those reserves. We have a role in a crisis. We are essential service workers. We could argue we're all essential service workers because we have a duty as disaster service workers. All of our staff are disaster service workers. And so right now we have this crisis, and right now more than ever, the community needs the government to function. They need the government to do things that we don't normally do. They need the paradigm shift. So there is a difference there, and we will that will be our approach. But as I said, we don't know what we don't know, and we have to follow the revenues. And as the revenue situation, if it gets worse, then we're going to be in a position where we're going to be forced to make cuts. So I just wanted to make that comment. And then I'm going to finish with kind of the upcoming schedule. I think this is important for the community. If the community found my presentation, my 15-minute presentation interesting, and they want to follow it, there's going to be plenty of opportunity to keep up with this, because as I said, we're going to keep revising the revenue projections, and we're going to keep revising our menu of potential cuts as we make recommendations to the council. So we have, at the last meeting 3 weeks ago, there were comments made by the council to schedule a finance subcommittee meeting. We agreed to do that in like the second or third week of April. So our plan is to do that, and we'll schedule that meeting shortly. After that, we've had some conversations with trying to get a rep from PERS, or possibly a consultant who has done work for us, to come make a presentation, possibly at the next April meeting, to talk about how this is affecting our PERS situation. So that is up in the air, but that's another piece of the puzzle, is our PERS commitment. On May 5th, that'll be a critical meeting. We'll have a very thorough presentation, which we're calling our third quarter update. We will have our third quarter in the books, and we will use that opportunity not only to look backwards on the first 3 quarters, but we'll continue to look forward and provide the council additional information, as I'm providing now, on the revenues, on the expenses, and what we're going to be recommending to make everything work. And then, of course, we go into the end of May. We'll bring the capital improvement plan back. As I said, capital is a big one where we can make some adjustments that hopefully make us get through this. And then finally, we envision the June, the budget hearings will be a 2-step process. So we'll be in front of the council at both June meetings to present the budget. So almost every meeting between now and the end of the fiscal year, we're going to be making some kind of a presentation on the financial situation and revising as we go, receiving input from the council, the community, as we get to that point where we recommend and ask the council to approve a budget for next year. So with that, I'll entertain any questions. And Matthew, did you have anything more on the overall response plan at this point before we open it up for questions for either one of us or anyone else?
No, I covered everything in my presentation. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm sure there's a bunch of questions because these council members are paying attention to these issues. So we'll go through the roll call first. We'll start off with Deborah Penrose.
She needs to unmute.
Okay.
Sorry. We did not talk extensively about cuts to staff, and I've had several letters from constituents who are concerned that because salary plays a large part in our budget, that might be one of the places that we can cut. I know we have had individual conferences, discussions with you about it, but could you just address that quickly?
Sure. And Matthew, can you go to that, the paragraph again? I think that is important. 2 slides ahead. Next one. So again, the reason I thought it was worth sharing this paragraph is it really gets to our difference as a government to the private sector and the purpose of the reserves that we've established. It's so important in a downturn that we can have reserves to rely on to smooth out the effects and try to avoid having to downsize our workforce. So that's number one. So we're in a good position to do that. But yes, we have to look at everything. And so it gets back to the revenue projections and my statement earlier that we by law have to have to recommend a balanced budget. You have to approve a balanced budget. And so our revenues are the driver, and our TOT and our sales tax are the drivers and the volatile sources right now. And so as we compare those and bring forth a menu of cuts, there's going to be choices to be made. And those choices, I mean, our job as city staff and your job as council, this precious money that we receive from the community, taxes, that is reallocated to the community in the form of services, there are going to be choices to be made. And so we're going to do our best as staff to bring those choices to you as a council. But yes, that is a big expenditure item for the city. I don't have it in front of me. I saw it recently that potentially it's, you know, like, I shouldn't even guess. But it is a big of the city's expenditures. And so we have to look at that.
Yeah, one other point. When you're speaking about things like MOUs and PERS, the public does not necessarily know what those acronyms stand for. So could we just tonight or during the rest of the evening try not to use acronyms, or at least to explain what they mean?
Sure. Thank you for that. My apologies. Great question. So our memorandum of understanding is a contract. It's our labor contract with our 2 labor unions. So those are 3-year contracts. That's what that is. PERS is the Public Employee Retirement System, and it's the pension. So our pension costs are a component of our labor costs. And so not only do we have to look at salaries, but we have to look at the benefits, and the pension that's delivered to us through PERS is a big component of that. So we have to look at that, and that's why Lisa and I were talking about maybe trying to get someone to come down and educate us on how that's potentially being impacted.
Thank you.
Deborah, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Maybe when we're done with the questions, if you guys don't mind just saying done, and then I'll know to move on. I love it. Perfect. Well done. Harvey, you're up next. I'm sure you got a lot of questions on this topic.
Not questions as much as comments. I believe that our biggest resource and our best resource is our staff. And I would love that any cuts we make would not make it so that we have any layoffs or serious problems with our good staff being able to work for this city. So there are creative ideas you can do that would reduce the budget, reduce salaries, but not make it so that we would lose some of our really good staff. So that's my only comment. Otherwise, we're all in this together, but we all know that. So I'm done.
Beautiful. Thank you, Harvey. Let's go to Debbie Ruddock. I'm so sorry. Debbie Ruddock.
So I just would like the city manager to clarify that there's really 2 pieces to this. It sounds to me like we're taking some immediate steps to reduce the financial impact, looking at current projects, looking at current contracts, vacant positions and such. But then we're also, actually we're in the process of preparing next year's budget, where we're going to address the financial situation in a more comprehensive way. Is that a fair way to characterize what's going on right now?
Yes.
Okay. I was also going to ask the PERS question, and I think the pension issue is going to be important because of the hits to the stock market. I know we're in a rally now, but depending on how long this goes on, we could have some real issues. So that's, I'm assuming, going to be an important piece of that we address during the budget process. I did want to make sort of a universal comment, and that is, we don't make widgets like a private company. we're not necessarily interested in, the number of things that we produce, but we are interested in the quality of the services that we provide and the quality of life in our community that we support. And that a lot of that depends on the staff that we have and the quality of the staff that we have. And I think it's going to be important to really look at at menus of options that balance, staffing issues with programmatic issues and capital issues, because we're in a very different time, as people have repeated over and over again. People laid off today have no place to go. There are no jobs to go to. And people who lose their jobs now will have issues with health insurance, not just for themselves, but for their families, if they have families. And then, taxpayers have to deal with that. So it's not like by laying off people, we're solving big problems or solving our community problems. So it's really important to me that we preserve, to the extent we can, the staff that we have that I think provides right now exceptional value and are very hard workers, because once we lose them, it's really hard to find that talent again, and it may not come back. It's much easier to focus on program reductions and eliminating capital projects. And that's where I think we should not leave any stone, unturned. But that said, everybody's going to have to, share the pain. And I think, as a council, we all understand that. And we know that the community is suffering. And, if we could, we would remove your suffering. All we can do is minimize it to the extent that we can in our roles and responsibilities. And I think everybody's, doing a pretty good job at that so far. If we're not, we want to hear from you. So please, let us know. But I just want to leave us with this. We're all in this together, and we ask for your forbearance and your patience, because a lot of what we're doing these days is adaptive management. We're going to change what we do as we go and as we get new information and as we see the impacts of what we do on everyone who lives and works in our community. So I appreciate everything everybody's doing to address this, and I think we're on a good path, and would love to hear from the public tonight and my fellow council members. So thank you for the opportunity.
Excellent. I'm going to assume you're done and move on to Robert Brownstone. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Robert Brownstone, Vice Mayor, please. I'm sure you've got questions.
Great. Well, not so many questions, but some comments, because a lot of folks have already brought up some of the thoughts that I would have brought up. I think we are learning, this is an unprecedented crisis. Every city is trying to figure out as they go along. What we're going to do some things well, some things we might not do as well. We'll correct as we go along. I like the fact that we are doing serious scenario planning. So when people are asking and pointing out quite correctly that, staff expenses, salary and benefits is not just a big expense, it's our biggest expense. It is. And so we're doing scenario planning. We're figuring out, okay, what happens if we have 30% less revenue, 40%, 50, as it gets worse and this crisis goes on, even more so. And then we're balancing that. Again, what people have already mentioned is, what are the essential services that people expect from a city that they can't do without? And we don't know, and some of those things just sort of happen in the background. You don't every day think about why all the things work, and the sewers work, and this works, and parks are taken. We don't always think about it because it just happens. Believe me, when something goes wrong, and that basic service that you take for granted doesn't happen, that's when people get very anxious and raise comments. So I think we're trying to learn how to do less with less by figuring out what are the most, we're not going to necessarily, there's always that thing, you got to do more with less. I've never really, I think there's another side to it. Sometimes you got to figure out how to do less with less. What are the most essential things we need to do to keep a city running? What are the things we can put off? At the same time, we don't want to completely exhaust our reserves, because we don't know how long this crisis will go on in one form or another. We've learned that, yeah, in the fall, a cycle can repeat. Might take 18 months to have, to have vaccines out there. So like everyone, we have to prepare for the long haul. I have worked for both, private and public organizations, which have really dealt with things in different ways. Some organizations say, well, let's just cut a bunch of people 10, 20%, period. That's one way to save money. I've been in organizations which had also different approaches, which I considered more thoughtful and humane, which is everyone shared in some of the pain. We went on furloughs. People took 10, 15, 20% cuts in their salary over time, but adapted to how you make your own personal budget cuts. We kept our medical benefits, and we and get some unemployment benefits to fill in the gaps. So what that did in the organizations that did that, it gave the organizations time. So not to make decisions in a panic, but it gave us more time to make those decisions over time, depending on where the economy went and where our revenues went. And eventually things get better. I mean, I'm a believer that things will get better. And when things got better, we had an incredibly loyal workforce. And those organizations decided, yeah, let's see if we can spread the pain, take some cuts, where we can, in terms of hours, let's say. And then, of course, there might be some positions that won't make sense for a while. We'll figure that out. But I like the humane approach where we can keep people at least employed without having to lay them off so they can have medical benefits. And I like the fact that we have a council that pretty unanimously thinks that way. So in this crisis, I feel it's a really unified voice that we have that cares as much about people as to how we, within our thinking about how we maintain our budgets and spend our revenue. I'm done.
All right, this is going to take a while. Buckle up. Here we go. I got a lot of questions and a bunch of comments as well. So let me start off with, first of all, Bob, I appreciate the fact that when I asked you to bring the top 25 TOT related businesses to the table, that you did so. I'm appreciative that when I asked you to bring the top 25 sales tax, businesses to the table, you did so. I'm appreciative now that when I asked you to bring the top expenses, we now have that information as well. So I appreciate you taking the time to bring forth all the things I'm asking you for so we can balance all this stuff out. And I need the public to understand that we have a mayor that's paying attention to these issues. I also appreciate that you take and, the suggestions that I made on how to utilize staff that is currently kind of like not necessarily in the community as much as we may like doing things. It sounds like all the suggestions I made to you, you've also taken and really kind of taken to heart and given out to different staff members and, to Matthew and other people about how different ideas of ways to utilize staff that will benefit the community. So I appreciate that as well. You're obviously listening to a lot of the suggestions I have. So I'm very, very appreciative that you're taking the time to do that. Let me start off with a couple of my questions now. Okay, so why is this topic, it's going to take a long time. I'll do one at a time. Why is this topic not agendized? I have been disappointed that we could not see this on the agenda because obviously this is a topic that is of significant need to discuss. Why is it under COVID and not on the agenda? And I'll ask you first, and then I'd like Catherine to respond to this.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the question. I don't know if I have a good answer for that. At the last meeting 3 weeks ago, we did a COVID presentation, and I think you asked some questions about the finances. And at that time, we did take direction that we were looking at it. I made some comments that, yeah, we're starting to look at forecasting and do those kind of things. And the suggestion was made that after this April 7th meeting, we would go to a finance subcommittee meeting. beyond that, I don't have a good answer. If you would like this on the agenda, then we will place it on the agenda.
All right, let's go to Catherine first, because before you answer, Catherine, I would like to figure out if we can find a way to make a note about this topic, just in case people that aren't listening to this meeting can be sure that we have discussed this topic. Is there a way that you can like do some sort of note or annotation to the whole thing so public does know that we've talked about this topic?
Yeah, so my suggestion on that would be to potentially post the slides that were presented tonight on the COVID page. They sort of served as a staff report. Obviously, there was no staff report with this item. And that's, you know, common with the city manager updates. Obviously, this update is much more thorough, and you know, obviously, everyone, you know, wants wants this information. The city's got a great web page up, and I think that, you know, these slides potentially from the last meeting as well. The COVID local emergency declaration should also go up on that web page.
Would you recommend, Catherine, and sorry to put you on the spot like this, that this topic be under the agenda moving forward?
So my understanding from what Bob said is that we're likely to have an ongoing COVID response agenda item going forward, basically for the foreseeable future, unfortunately. You know, one way to make sure that everyone is tuned in would be to, you know, have a, you know, short staff report that goes along with that. So that folks, you know, have a general understanding, and then that can get beefed up, of course, with the PowerPoint slides. You know, we can work with staff on that.
I know it's not necessarily always the case, but it's very important to me that we be obviously very transparent about everything we are discussing. And so for me personally, and you guys can do what you want with this, I would like this topic to be agendized every time we're going to talk about it. I don't want it buried in COVID in its own separate category where people in the public don't have the ability to know that we are talking on this very, like, to me, the most important topic that we could possibly be discussing. And for people not to know that we're discussing it makes me not, I don't like our transparency on that item. So I'll just leave it there. Good, done with that part. So so we just have the funds for the Economic Uncertainty Fund. Okay. Where do the funds come? I know the answers to these questions, but I want to get it out to the public. Where do the funds come from to support the Economic Uncertainty Fund?
Those are general fund. Those are general fund sources. As I said, our main revenue sources are TOT, sales tax, and property tax. I'll just list the percentages again. TOT is 39%, property tax is 19%, sales tax is 17%, and then there are a variety of other sources that make up the general fund. So those general revenues are at our disposal to make expenditures or to put into a reserve. And so the money that was put into that reserve came from those general fund sources.
Okay, so it's coming directly from the general fund. What is the general fund usually used for? What is the biggest like percent thing that we spend money on from the general fund? Like, we're taking money from our general fund, but what is our general fund usually used for besides just supplying economic uncertainty funds?
For essentially all of our expenditures, it is our general fund.
Can you tell me what the number one?
For sheriff, for police, and all staff time, and the majority of the services that we provide. Now, we do have other funds, and we get grants, and we do things like that. But the general fund, yes, by definition, is our main funding source for the majority of the services that the city provides.
Is it a majority of our CIP, if not all of it as well?
That I don't know the answer to. In capital expenditures, that is an area where we get sizable grants. And we also have gas tax funds and other sources that go into our CIP. So that would be something I would have to get back on you on what percentage the general fund is. And it varies. So last year, as I mentioned, we contributed 3.1. The year for, I can't remember how much it was, but I think it was between 1 and 2 million. So that varies depending on what's available. And the percentage of general fund as compared to non-general fund sources is going to vary every year, and I'd have to get that information.
Okay, so please do, because I think that's important, because I agree with what Councilwoman Ruddock said, and we are going to have to share the pain, but I want to point out that there is already funds coming out of our general fund to support other things like the uncertainty fund. So I don't want to take too much from our capital improvement program, which is kind of like the things that we're investing in our city to be the city we want it to become. And so I don't want to sacrifice our CIP. Hardly, I mean, we all have to take sacrifices, as Debbie Ruddock said, but I want to be on the record very clearly stating that I do not want deep cuts to the CIP at all. I'm willing to take a percentage as everybody else along the way, but that is the investment in our infrastructure and our city. And, those are obviously very important things. So I just want to be on the record for that. Okay, let me cross that one out. Let me go to my next one. Did we get a specific policy update for the use of the Economic Uncertainty Fund this year yet? Because you mentioned in that slide that we would have. Have we gotten that?
We have not, and that is, I didn't mention it, but it is part of one of the presentations that's coming forward. The finance department is working on that, and I believe that was going to come at the first May meeting.
Okay, good. And I just want to be also on the record, I think we took too long to do the sub-finance committee meeting. I had pushed for that to be done prior to this meeting, and I know there was reasons why that couldn't be done in a way that we felt like was good overall, but I feel like we are behind on this. I've been pushing for it, and I'm sad that we are in the situation we are in, taking so long to get back to that. So I just want to be on the record for that as well. And then that is all. Oh no, then I just want to say the number one, when we do our charter as a city council, when we talk about things that we are going to do, we've said that our number one task is fiscal responsibility. And our number two task is infrastructure. Those are our two main things we're supposed to be focusing on. So while I agree with Harvey and that we want to support the staff and we want to make sure, and we do have a great staff, so don't get me wrong, but when we're talking fiscal responsibility and we're talking infrastructure, those are the two things we have given to ourselves to focus on. So if we're not focusing on those things, I'm wondering if maybe we should rewrite our charter to maybe something else, because if we're not going to be focusing in that area, then maybe our charter's wrong and we should redo it. And maybe we should look into that, redoing our charter as a city council, because I don't feel like we're following it necessarily when comments come out like that. And so that's it for me on this topic. Do we have anybody else that wants to discuss anything? Excellent. All right, I'm gonna move on. Is that okay? Just quickly. All right, I'm gonna move on. Let me get to this other thing. Hold on. And the next piece is public forum. Jessica, is it you? Are you telling us how this is working?
Yeah, I do have 4 public comments that I'll read into the record. The first is from Pamela Fisher, who sent an email that she sent to Cal OES that she would like read into the record. So this is addressed to Brian Buckhout at Cal OES. Thank you for your call this afternoon. I have written our city council members and copied Supervisor Horsley about your call, explaining why our proposed project does not meet the parameters of the field service medical sites at this time. I urge you once again to not forget about us, because we as a community heavily dependent on tourism have many hotels that may not survive the economic pandemic, an airport and a harbor. More importantly, we are a short 20 minutes from the cities of San Mateo, Belmont, Burlingame, San Carlos, and others. I do hope that presently due consideration and alternative planning is given to the establishment of a non-COVID medical facility somewhere in San Mateo County. The USNS ships are providing this safe haven for patients from the COVID-19 virus for both New York and Los Angeles. Again, thank you for your call. It was greatly appreciated. The next is from Steve Mahler. On behalf of my family and my neighbors, I'd like to thank the members of the City Council, the staff and employees of the city for their calm dedication in the face of these unprecedented times. We feel well cared for and grateful to live in this very special place. Thank you. I am aware that the city is facing a potentially catastrophic budget shortfall, possibly well beyond even the most dire projections. As such, I would implore the council to carefully consider the balance between necessary services to our residents, the safety and security of our residents and visitors, and the quality of life in the city. The budgeting process was laborious and contentious, yet in light of the new reality, can this ratified budget be utilized for the coming year, even if its revenue projections are possibly unreachable now? I'd like to advocate for full transparency as adjustments are inevitable, and we, the residents of the city, deserve to be fully informed throughout this process. Thank you for hearing us out, and may you be guided wisely in these difficult times. The third one is from Dan McMillan. I have a question and concern about the city budget, specifically what is being done to adjust to the COVID-19 crisis. Has the city of HMB furloughed any city staff? If not, why not? Revenue is and will continue to be down. The biggest part of the city budget has to be salaries. Seems to me an obvious conclusion that some city staff will need to be furloughed, and the sooner it is done, the better for the fiscal health of our city. This is by no means a disparagement of city staff or what they do for our city. It's just the budgetary reality. As a small business owner in HMB, I am acutely aware of these difficult decisions, grappling with them myself. Thank you for hearing my concern. The fourth comment is from John Olam. Most Americans and American businesses are being forced to make hard choices. I have lost 2 of the 3 gigs that pay my bills. Neither client was happy about letting me go, but they were letting most of their employees go too. Nobody likes it, but my clients are doing the right thing and conserving their cash. The customers of my remaining client are canceling contracts. I have seen 3 people lose their jobs because the projects they were working on have been halted. Nobody is happy about this. One of the customers has been with my client for over a decade. My clients are not happy, but they get it. Their customers are conserving cash. My sister has lost most of her home services clients. None of her clients is happy about letting her go, but they themselves have lost pay, work, or jobs. Tears have been shed. My sister is much loved by the people she serves. She knows that her customers are doing the right thing by conserving cash. She has since cut everything from her budget that she can, and then some more. I have set up or attended 3 virtual meetings where hard choices were discussed and made. I've witnessed the pain on the faces of people whose responsibility it is to make and implement hard choices. I was at a virtual meeting where, a virtual meeting where over 500 people were made aware of the painful decisions that have to be made. It was painful to listen to, but the management wanted people to know the facts instead of just waiting until they had no choice left but to let people go. There were offers made by employees to take pay cuts and give up cushy benefits. The owner got all choked up. Then there is the city of Half Moon Bay, which acts like it has lots of money and that the pre-COVID-19 budget deficit will just go away. The city council and staff were already aware that prior to COVID-19, our city was already saddled with too much spending versus too little revenue. In the same document that described the impending budget deficit, the city council approved the hiring of 3 more employees so as to spend the money we had. A few bullet points after it is disclosed that by 2021, we will be short by hundreds of thousands of dollars and that we need 3 more full-time city employees, our city manager explains a reason for the dire situation. Here's a quote from the report. Excuse me. In early 2017, the CalPERS board approved a decrease in the discount rate from 7.5% to 7% by 2020. The discount rate is the expected rate of return on investments. The decreased discount rate has a major impact on the city's annual unfunded actuarial liability. The city's fiscal year 16-17 payment was $390,000 and will be approximately $877,000 in 2019-20. Current projections show the city's UAL increasing to more than $1 million within 5 years. These rising pension costs will pose significant budgetary and service level challenges in coming fiscal years. The City Council cannot claim it wasn't warned about the implications of hiring more people at a time they were facing a projected pre-COVID-19 budget deficit of more than $800,000 in less than 5 years. Yet our City Council keeps on hiring. The City Council has approved the hiring of an additional 17 full-time employees since 2016. In fiscal year 16-17, the payment to CalPERS was $390,000. According to the same budget document that projects the deficit, payments taxpayers will have to make so as to maintain the lifestyles of retired city employees will be approximately $877,000 for fiscal year 19-20, more than double what they were 3 or 4 budget cycles ago. All of this was true before COVID-19. Now, of course, our revenue situation is far more precarious. Our city's main source of revenue is the transient occupancy tax. It was known that this overdependency was a problem, yet over $65,000 has been committed to finding a way to increase the TOT. Half of that amount was committed after social distancing had become a thing. It should be obvious to the City Council why their choices over the last 8 months are a cause for concern to people who are faced with the realities of most Americans. When faced with a known budget deficit, most Americans first ask themselves where they can spend less. Our City Council's instinct is to hire consultants and task them with figuring out how to spend more. Most Americans, when faced with a drastic cut to their revenue streams, take decisive action immediately. Those that don't face bankruptcy. Our city's leaders, as is evidenced by the last 2 agendas, seems incapable of rising to the challenge. There is no discussion of the pre-COVID-19 impending budget deficit, no discussion about the inevitable hit to TOT revenues, no discussion about a hiring freeze or layoffs or anything like that, no discussion about getting out of the $2 million post deal, no apparent desire to discuss hard choices. I am both disappointed and concerned. Thank you for your time. That concludes public comment.
Hey, can we verify something there? And I don't know who this is asked, but I don't know what that comment was. I kind of tried to get it. I think I wrote down 17 people have been hired since 2016. Is that, first of all, true? And was that the correct timeline that he wrote down? And can we have somebody verify that?
We can certainly verify that. Jessica, is that what you state? Can I just make sure I got what you stated? Was it since 2016?
That is what's stated in John Olam's letter, yes.
Yeah, we can look into that.
I have no idea personally that it was that it was that big of a number since 2016. I'm curious to know if that's true, just out of curiosity.
Sure. We'll have to look into that and find out.
Yeah, no worries. All right, can you guys hear me? Yep. Okay, good. So I'm moving to the next topic then. Oh, hold on. Okay, next topic is proclamations and presentations.
There are none.
Okay. So, and then we've got mayor's announcement of community activities and community service. So I just wanted to say real quick that I am so appreciative, and let me just get my notes on this because it's hard to get back and forth through all this stuff real quick. I am so appreciative for Joseph Kachin. And I know that some of us on council sent him a personal email as well. I believe Debbie and Deborah and myself, for waiving the rent for 65 tenants in Half Moon Bay for 2 months. We are extremely appreciative in Half Moon Bay to have somebody that's helping us keep our small businesses going and moving forward in this crisis, you know. And I just want to throw it out there. If there are other landlords, I guess, that are able to do such a thing, obviously, you know, you have to be in the right financial situation, but it is great to have people helping our community that much to make sure that we can keep the small businesses going during this time. And I'm going to throw a little shout out too to please, I know that you know, the restaurants, and I'm in the hospitality business, and so if you go to your restaurants and do the takeout, you know, that is also not just nice for your family not to have to make a meal that night, but also you know, really helping support our small businesses as well. So think of it as a slight community service when you go and do takeout at our restaurants in Half Moon Bay and support our community. So that's that stuff. Report out from recent closed session meeting. So let me get to that note. So tonight we had a public employee evaluation performance of City Manager Bob Nesbitt, and we wanted to publicly state that the council really gave him a vote of confidence, and we believe in what he's doing and how he's supporting the community and dealing with this crisis. And so we just wanted to say thank you, Bob, for your leadership and your effort during this crazy changing world that we're all going into. And I mean, even me, it's like I've got here's how I'm doing the agenda, here's my notes, and then I've got you guys on the screen over here. So I mean, just to give an example, but not an easy time period of transition. So thank you for being such a great leader.
Thank you very much. That's very nice to hear. And I'm telling you the truth here. It is the 41 staff people that work for the city. They're the ones doing it, and I am there working with them. But they're the ones who are making it happen to allow you to make that statement.
Excellent. And a bunch of great council members too are helping me make that statement. So don't forget council as well, because they kick butt. They're very good. All right, next, let's go to the city manager updates to council.
Mr. Mayor, we have nothing additional. The COVID-19 response plan update was our city manager update for this meeting.
Okay, again, I'd love to see that agendized moving forward. Let's move on to the consent calendar. Are there, okay, so I guess let me see how we should do this. Are there any items anybody wants to pull? Okay, do I have a motion? No. Do you guys know how to unmute yourselves? I guess I'll make a motion. Can I make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I can find the packet here.
Toggling between is tough. That's the thing.
I move that we approve the consent calendar. This is Debbie. Item 1A, waive reading of resolutions and ordinances. Item 1B, acceptance of public improvements for Phase 3 of the Pacific Ridge subdivision. 1C, authorization to withdraw the City of Half Moon Bay as a vote. Actually, you know something? I want to pull 1C.
Good, let's do it.
Okay, so that's it. So we need a second.
Do you want to clarify what you're asking to do again, just to
Actually, no, I want to discuss it.
Right. Do you want to approve 1A and 1B and then discuss 1C?
Yes.
Or
Yes,
okay. So would you make that motion maybe, or?
I did move that we approve 1A and 1B is read into the record.
Perfect. So you have
Second.
perfect. All right. Unfortunately for everything, we have to do a roll call vote, which makes sense. So we're going to kind of go, I'm just going to call out names. Debbie Ruddock.
Aye.
Deborah Penrose.
Aye.
Harvey.
Yes.
Excellent. And Robert.
Aye.
And myself, yes. Okay, so that would then lead us to item 1C. Debbie, are you looking for a staff report on this item? Do you just want to make comments? What do you want?
No, I just want to say that I think this is a bad idea. I understand that the meetings are frustrating for the people who have attended them, that it's difficult to make progress because of the recalcitrance of the Federal Aviation Authority, but I think if we're not at the table, then we're likely to end up holding the bag. And by that, I mean, if we're not at the table, decisions may be made that impact our community in terms of use of airspace that make our residents very unhappy. Currently, there's issues with the I forget what you call it, but planes take off over El Granada or land over El Granada. I can't remember which one, but there's been a lot of consternation about that. And I know that members of the Airport Roundtable are unhappy with the prospect of us withdrawing. So I would rather have us share duty and remain at the table than withdrawing from it, because I know that when I served on the Roundtable for a while, and I know as of, a couple of summers ago, I remember there was a lot of what they call vectoring going on. And that's when, under certain wind and weather conditions, they will change the normal landing and takeoff routes. And for a prolonged period, they were coming in over Half Moon Bay instead of the unincorporated coast south of Pescadero. And it was very unpleasant. And in fact, there were times when they were vectoring right over Half Moon Bay at 3 a.m. And I remember jumbo jets coming from the Pacific going over my house at 3 a.m. So I think it's a mistake, and I would rather have us find a way to, share the pain, because you never know when things might open up. But if we're not at the table, decisions will be made that affect us that we're not happy about. So,
no, I hear what you're saying. Harvey, you're our number one member. What do you think of that?
I agree that it's important to be at the table. I served for about 2 years on the Roundtable, and as Debbie says, the meetings are very frustrating. But I think she's right that we need to be at the table, and I hope that we could appoint somebody to go to the meetings, not me.
So you want us to be a part of it, but you don't want to fulfill your role of doing what you were assigned to do.
I finished my assignment. I worked on it for 2 years, and I think it's time for someone else to step up.
yes,
Okay.
I would recommend that we assign one person with 2 alternates, and that I believe they only meet every other month.
Right.
Yeah. So we assign a member plus 2 alternates, and we just take turns, but we stay at the table. So I would move to deny the staff recommendation.
Okay. So let's figure out. Robert and Debbie, please weigh in. Deborah, please.
Yeah, I also served on the Roundtable, and I made every single meeting that they held. It was extremely frustrating, but I went. And I think that I agree with Debbie. We need to be at the table. I think it's time for some other council members to step up to the plate and take over the responsibility.
I'm willing to, play a part, but I want to share it with other folks.
So I understand the need to be there personally, and then I'll get to you, Robert. Personally, with the fact that I coach 2 soccer teams and have 2 kids in schools and then have a full-time job and all the rest of the stuff I do, I do not want to volunteer my time. I just want to be straight up about that. I cannot afford to do another meeting for council on this topic. I'm happy to have a member there that does not have all those things on their plate. So that's my perspective. Robert, off to you.
I don't mind sharing it with 2 other folks. That would mean only going once every 6 months or something like that. That sounds fine.
Okay. So maybe you and Debbie?
Yeah.
Let's, Bob, yeah, Bob, you and I should alternate. That'll take care of it.
I'm in. I totally support it. And Debbie and Robert, I am appreciative because I have also been to those meetings, and I know I agree with the other council members. And I also agree that it's great to have the representation there. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for doing it.
And I'm happy to approach the chair and try to find a way to make the meetings more meaningful as well.
Well, you probably have the ability to make that happen, which is great. So good. I'm in. Do we need to vote? Just Catherine or somebody, do we vote on this now?
So I think this motion would fail for lack of a motion and a second. My suggestion, maybe Jessica chime in if you disagree, is maybe we should bring back an item that would be appointing the volunteers, the lucky volunteers, to serve at our next agenda on the consent calendar.
Yeah, I was going to bring revised mayor's assignments on the next consent agenda that would list Robert and Debbie as the alternates.
Perfect. Perfect. And just for my own clarification, I'm so sorry. So does that end the topic?
Yes.
Done. Okay. So we're going to move on. Very good. And again, I think the entirety of Half Moon Bay should be appreciative to Robert and Debbie for taking this on. That is, it is a big extra piece. And I do think Debbie's right that it is important to have somebody at the table. So thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to ordinances and public hearings. I don't believe there are any, but let's check.
3A.
Yep, okay. Yep, and then instead, let's go to resolutions and staff reports. The first one is 3A. I'm sorry if I'm back and forth. It is the facility use agreement with Coastside Friendship Organic Garden for development of a community garden on the Johnston House Park property.
This report will be made by Matthew Chittister. You're muted, Matthew.
Can you see the presentation? Yes?
Yes, we can. Yes,
Great.
we can.
Okay. I recognize that in the current environment, this might be an odd item to bring forward, but in the spirit of trying to balance reaction and response to the COVID virus, we also want to keep our regular work moving forward for the community so that as we come into recovery, we're well positioned to move forward with things that were important to us before all this started. And so this is one of those items. So the recommendation for this item is to authorize adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a facility use agreement with Coastside Friendship Organic Garden, or CFOG, as I'll describe it the rest of this presentation, for use of a portion of the Johnston House Park property as a managed community garden, and authorizing a contribution of $20,000 to CFOG to support the development of the community garden.
Matthew, is that the last slide?
No, I started with the recommendation just so you had some context of where we're.
No worries, no worries. Can you just make sure, because it's all a tough environment for everybody, that you go back to that at the end so people can read the recommendation? Thank you. Yeah.
Absolutely. So by way of background on this item, As you know, in early 2019, the council adopted the Parks Master Plan, which was a several-year-long process that included significant amount of community input and priorities surrounding parks and recreation here on the coast. And in that report, one of the recommendations was to identify and develop community gardens, mostly in existing city parks, as a way for community members to socialize, to grow produce, especially those that do not have access to gardens in their own properties, and to create some level of food security here on the coast side. In your priority setting meeting last year, in setting the recommended budget for 2019-20, the council prioritized under its sustainability priority the development of a community garden, and recommended that staff work with a local nonprofit and identify city-owned land to make available for this venture. And we also budgeted $20,000 to help support the initial development of such a garden. Later on in 2019, CFOG was established by a group of community volunteers interested in developing a community garden. They based their approach on the successful garden in Pacifica, which is a managed or collaborative garden. When we think of community gardens, typically I think we think of a more traditional format where a plot of land is set up and divided into smaller plots, and community members could sign up to do their own garden on one of those plots, and they're completely responsible for maintaining it and growing and harvesting their crops, and it's theirs to do so. This is a little bit different. This is a more collaborative approach where a group of volunteers and community members works together to manage this garden on behalf of the community. It's open to anybody in the community to participate, and then the food is shared among those people that participate in that garden, and often shared with the community through food banks or other distribution methods. By establishing CFOG as a nonprofit, that also made grant requests available for this organization, and they initiated discussions with the city to identify a pilot location to do their first garden. And through that process, we looked at all the different vacant city properties and areas where this could be done, and honed in on the Johnston House Park property, which is on Higgins Canyon Road on the south end of town. As you know, it's kind of a lower level property where the train depot sits. There's a public restroom and parking, and some open areas around that. And then up above to the south end of the site is the hillside that contains the historic Johnston House, and is really a symbol of the coast side in an idyllic setting, and something we really want to preserve for future generations. Anecdotally, it's also important to think about the fact that Johnston House was a house surrounded by farms, and so there's a history in this area of gardening and farming, and the long-term planning for this site has always contemplated a community garden somewhere on the property. I think also of note to just be aware of is all of the properties that surround this particular property are in current and historical agricultural use. Most of the land is owned by Peninsula Open Space Trust and leased to a local farmer. And then the main farmhouse and operations are across Higgins Canyon Road from this property. So just to kind of give people context, the area in blue is the Johnston House property owned by the city. It's not perfectly aligned. I think on the south end of the site, it doesn't actually follow the trees there. It goes a little bit farther up the hill, and then of course goes down farther south. The area in yellow is the area we've identified as a potential location for this pilot project. And to the left of that yellow circle, you can see the train depot and the parking lot, the parking. This is a little bit more zoomed in. I apologize for the poor quality of these images. Working from home does have some restrictions, especially when it comes to technology. So we're doing the best we can, but I think at least shows, you know, Higgins Canyon Road and then the driveways and our parking lot. Can you see my arrow on the screen? Cool. Yes. So here is the public restrooms that are open during the day, 7 days a week. There are some picnic areas here. This is the historic train depot, which is an open facility that we rent out for community events and activities, used for public meetings, and plays a crucial role in why this site was selected. And then, of course, public parking here. And as you head south, there is what appears to be seasonal drainage waterway with some habitat around it, as well as this area here. And then as you go up the hill, this is the historic structure and property for the Johnston House. So as we've begun negotiating an agreement, and the agreement is not finalized, the purpose of this item is to authorize the city manager to continue that process to negotiate the terms necessary to enter into an agreement that will allow CFOG to continue to seek grants with the surety of having a location that they can operate. And additionally, this particular property will require quite a bit of work with the county planning staff. It's not within the city limits, and so the land use regulations fall under the county's jurisdiction, and there's a lot of work to be done with that group and determining if and how much of this land can be used for this purpose. So the general terms that we've been negotiating is this is a pilot project, so we would recommend a 2-year term that allows them time to finish all the land use, develop the site, and operate it for a couple of years, and really get a feel for their ability to manage this site and larger sites elsewhere. That term would not take effect upon execution of agreement, but I would say it would take effect upon receiving all the land use approvals that they need to begin development on the property. Obviously, this serves a public purpose for the city, and so there'd be no fee to CFOG, and they would be required to provide regular public access. What they're contemplating is having it open 7 days a week during the daytime, with lots of opportunities to come and work as part of their work crews. And it'd be fenced to prevent certain types of wildlife from going in and damaging the property, and it would be locked at night. CFOG would be required to maintain the premises under this agreement. The agreement, given the surrounding properties and the use, agricultural use, it's really important that we protect those uses and are really clear with CFOG and any other users that those ag uses existed before this potential project, and we'd want to prevent people from causing problems for the surrounding farming. And there's right to farm language that the county uses in many of its subdivision agreements when people want to develop new properties next to farms. And we would probably modify that language for the purposes of this agreement. Additionally, I noted on the map that there are potential habitats and waterways or other types of vegetation around this property that create buffer zones. And it's going to be really important working with the county to identify what those buffer zones are and how that land can and can't be used in relation to this type of use. And so that would be a prerequisite for development of this site. Is we've done some of the preliminary work with the county. CFOG would have to continue to work with them to, again, identify what is appropriate and allowed in this area, and then also develop a schematic of what they would do within those constraints. They also are working on an operations plan that would be attached to the agreement and would regulate, how they would operate, what hours, how they would involve the community. Other important things like where would water sources come from? We have water on the site. That is one of the potential ways we could help with irrigation, but they would also be looking at sustainable ways, whether it's rain barrels, cisterns, mist condensers, things like that, to really make this a sustainable site. And all of that would need to be developed before we move forward with development on this property. They have already received a $20,000 grant from the County Office of Sustainability for development of this project. And as I noted in the fiscal year 2019-20 budget, $20,000 was set aside to contribute to this project. And we're recommending to, after discussion, moving forward with that contribution. So with that, I'll take any questions, and then happy to get the recommendation back in front of you. Oh, Other thing to note, we have received a couple of pieces of feedback from the community with, again, concerns about the adjacent farmland and the sensitive habitats that could be surrounding the potential site. And so we believe that those will be addressed as we move forward with the negotiation of the agreement, and with those individuals' input as well. They've provided some really great input and feedback.
I'm so sorry. That's me. All right. I zoned out for a second. Debbie, Deb, let's start with Harvey. Harvey, this is a great one for you. What do you got on this one?
If you've seen the Pacifica Community Gardens, I think you would agree that this is a really good project. And it's I've been advocating for community gardens for years now. And if the city has done its due diligence and decided that this is the best place for it on city-owned land, then I'm all in favor.
Excellent. I'm assuming you're done, and let's move on to Debbie Reddick.
So this is a priority in our Parks Master Plan. And I think it was a good idea when we put it in there. And I think it's a great idea now, because more than ever, we need to think about food security for our community. And we're fortunate to live in an agricultural area, but in this new post-COVID age, people, want to grow their own food and control what they eat. And in fact, if you were to go to Hassett Hardware and the nurseries and things and online retailers, you'd find that people are desperately, not just hoarding toilet paper and paper products, but they're hoarding seed. And people are starting gardens in their yards. But not everybody has a yard. So I think, a $20,000 investment, and my understanding it's for fencing, is worthwhile. I mean, the nonprofit has a grant already. They're continuing to do fundraising. They have the experience and skills to manage it. So I think it's a good investment, no matter what. Starting a garden is always a good idea, but especially now. So I support it.
Beautiful. Excellent. I agree. Let's go with Deborah Penrose. Councilwoman Penrose, please.
Yeah, I would agree with both Councilmember Rarbach and Ruddock. If you've been to Pacifica and seen their community garden, it's wonderful. And it's been a dream of this group of citizens that formed CFOG for several years now. They've worked very hard. They're modeling it on the Pacifica plan. I think that in terms of the current crisis we're going through, it couldn't be a better way for our community to become more sustainable, self-sustained. And in addition to that, my only question would be that I am hoping that we can determine early on that there is no problem with pesticide leakage from adjacent agricultural lands. I think that's going to be a critical piece in it. If pesticides have contaminated the soil, it's a no-go, and it'd be too many years to fix the soil. So I think doing that early on in the process would be the only thing I'd like to see happen. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. And Vice Mayor Brownstone?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and it is being modeled after the Pacifica Community Garden Plan, and they're using some of the folks there as consultants. That's terrific. And I don't know enough about some of the detail about who will and will not be farming that community garden. But somewhere, I think, in exchange for a $20,000 commitment from the city, would like to see, perhaps one of the nonprofits that does farming, and is responsible for food security, Coastside Hope or whatever, get some priority plots potentially, or contributions from CFOG to places like Coastside Hope with fresh produce over time. In other words, giving something back to the community. It's serving the community, but just to make it a real complete circle of, this is, we're looking at food security for individuals who want to farm it and also for the community. So, and I get a sense that that's probably what they would be doing anyway, but just want to put it out there on the record.
So I would like to address that. That's an important point, Robert. So, I've attended some of their meetings, and I know that if you look at their website, especially, and at their grant agreements and things, they're avoiding the individual plot approach.
Right, that's what I thought.
Community garden. So, people who garden will be able to take what they need, but the surplus is aimed at Coastside Hope and other nonprofits, potentially senior coastsiders who can use the produce. So that's a key part of the community garden concept.
Great. And I can also add to that point, the $20,000 grant, as was mentioned, is aimed towards the fencing as part of the initial development. And rather than just taking that money and hiring a contractor and having the fence built, their plan is to leverage volunteers and kind of pro bono time to do the design, donations from Hassett Hardware and other local providers. And they actually plan to hire like an Abundant Grace or another group like that and put people in need to work to actually do the construction. And so they're really thinking about this from beginning to end, and also partnering with Abundant Grace. They have the Full Circle Food Justice Program where they go and farm up in the hills and utilizing some of that work to drive this. So they're really thinking in the same light you are, Robert, and making sure that this isn't just about growing a garden, but it really serves a big cross-section of the community and a cross-section of purposes. So thanks for those comments.
Yeah, that was my understanding. So I just wanted to highlight that. Great, appreciate it.
Robert, are you done? Just to check. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm done.
No, all good. All right. So I agree with most of the council members. I believe that a community garden in Half Moon Bay makes so much sense. We're an agricultural community. Sustainability is a big piece of a garden. And, in these uncertain times, it is nice to have gardens. I have a garden in my backyard, so couldn't support it more from that perspective. But obviously, I have a lot of questions because I'm paying attention. So here we go. You ready? First question. Vice Mayor Brownstone brought this up a little bit. How is it maintained? How is the garden maintained? I'm sure it says it on the website. I haven't studied it. And what happens if it goes badly?
So as I mentioned, what we're negotiating in the agreement is they're completely responsible for all the maintenance on this property. They have a board, and that board is going to make decisions for the property and manage the property. And they've already got dozens and dozens of volunteers to come and work the property. And that is more than just gardening. That's also, as you kind of described, maintaining it, making sure that it's maintained in a healthy and safe condition. And ultimately, if they don't, we would terminate the agreement and have to seek out a different way to manage this. And one option would be to take what's there and convert it into a more traditional garden that we identify plots and let people come in and garden it themselves.
Can I add one item to that?
Please.
My understanding also is a number of the folks involved with putting this together, they've gone through quite a time-consuming process of becoming certified master gardeners. So, that gives me a lot of confidence that the folks who are running this garden will have a lot of experience, not to mention all the expertise using from the Pacific Garden folks also lending their expertise. So I think it's going to be incredibly well managed, actually, based on.
Oh, I think it should be a jewel of our town. There's no question. It's important to ask questions. So the next thing is the person that organized this from, let's just call it the Parks Department. Does CFOG have any affiliation with the person setting this up or getting the grant?
Are you, so the chair of the CFOG nonprofit is a recreation commissioner? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. I'm just seeing if those things are tied together.
Yes. One of our recreation commissioners is on the board and currently the chair of CFOG.
Okay. And then I also was taking a look at the Pacifica model, and it is fantastic. Have you done any research if Pacifica got any money for their project from their city?
They did not get any support from their city initially. They went to the school district for land and received several grants. And so, no, the city of Pacifica, as far as I know, has never been involved in the development of this garden.
Okay, interesting. All right, good to know. And then was there, and I'm sorry if I missed it, was there $20,000 funding from the county that was approved as well?
That's correct.
I saw that at one point.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so they've already received $20,000 of funding from the county.
That is correct.
Which is great. So if we give our 20,000, it'd be 40,000. It's a great starting point. Okay, so to me, this is one of the more scenic locations in Half Moon Bay, the Johnston House. I think we can all agree that, you know, I think there's a lot riding on making this go well. I'm fully supportive of it, but you know, it's a viewpoint, it's a vantage point. There's a lot of beauty in that area. So I'm happy to invest in making it go well. I just want to know, like, you talk about terminating the agreement, or do we have check-in points with them? Are we meeting with them like in 6 months, in 3 months, in 2 months? Are we doing anything to make sure that it's meeting and I'm sure it will, Robert, because I know that these people are probably professionals and amazing and all the stuff, but please let me ask the questions at least. Do we have a way to make sure that everything is going how more or less, I guess you, Matthew, want it to go?
Yeah, I mean, with the agreement, obviously, as we've mentioned, the agreement won't be finalized until they've completed their operations plan. Under the agreement, they're not allowed to make any modifications or improvements to the property without our prior permission, which means they'd have to provide plans and designs to us, and we would have some feedback and input in that process. And then if any of the work that they do isn't substandard, we can require them to correct it. And then, we'll have eyes on that property on a very regular basis. And if it goes into disrepair, they'll be required to fix it. It's in the agreement.
Okay.
So I would say it's more of an ongoing check-in, and it's also only a 2-year agreement, which gives us time to allow them to operate, prove that they are operating it in a viable way before we make any really true long-term commitments.
No, all good. So is there any way to put in like specific timelines or report outs, and like possibly like a 6-month or whatever you feel comfortable with, a 2-month or something that's like more in concrete stone where we can get a report back to council on it?
Yeah, of course that's possible. And I think a natural check-in point, it would probably be when they complete development and before they really open up to the public, we go and do a site visit and just verify that everything's good to go.
Okay, I'm in. I would love it if that were the case.
Okay.
Is there any way, and again, this might be out of my bounds, but like in terms of what I consider Half Moon Bay and the brand of what I would like to support, and if I'm putting money in, is there any way to make it all organic?
That is their plan.
Okay, cool.
The name of the nonprofit is Coastside Friendship Organic Garden, and they have no plans to use any pesticides of any kind.
Woo! I love it. Okay. And then I did see some questions about like the soil studies and like the location studies. I'm sure you're taking all that into account. So I'll just trust you on that and make sure that that's going on from that perspective. And then I just to make sure 100%, I just want to ask Catherine, is there any conflict of interest between somebody starting this from our city and then also receiving funds from the city for it? And Catherine, please respond.
So there are generally rules against awarding contracts where you have self-interested council members. I'm not aware of any self-interested council member in this project.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a council member thing, but I'm talking more from the Parks and Rec Commission directly. It might just only apply to council members if that's what you're saying.
That's right. So it would only apply to council members.
Okay.
So this is Debbie. So, I have been very interested in the garden myself. I'd like to participate. I've attended meetings. I'm not on their board, but I will disclose that I'm interested in what they're doing and hope to participate. So.
Me too. Is that allowed?
Yes, it is allowed.
Okay, good.
Yeah, there are different rules though. If you were to serve on their board, then there are different rules about recusal in terms of actions like this. But since neither one of you or none of the council members are on the board of this organization, there's no need to recuse.
All right. Well,
And I plan on eating some of that produce one day. So
absolutely. Absolutely. So as much as it pains me to spend more money right now, knowing all the opposite areas that we're going into, I still think this is a great use of our funds. And I'm saddened that we're in the situation we are on the other side. And I just want to acknowledge that, because I don't take this $20,000 lightly at this point. Like, every piece, any money we're spending is really important at this point. And so I do think this is a great investment. I support it, but I just need people to understand that we have to start paying attention. We can't just keep spending money on things. And so this one, I'm all in, but we're definitely gonna have to, like, at some point, do some reining back as a committee, big time. So that's my perspective. I'll let it go from there. Do anybody else want to talk before we take a roll call?
we have to make a motion, right?
I
Right,
believe
yeah.
there's a public comment on this item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Bob, if you're referring to the email we got earlier today, I spoke with that individual and they just wanted to make sure that that comment was provided to the council, and it has
Okay.
been.
Yeah, I
And
think that-
under those conditions, he said that it wasn't necessary to read it into the record.
Got it.
Looks like Deborah's
My
got a comment.
apologies. Perfect.
I'm
Okay.
we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a facility use agreement with Coastside Friendship Organic Garden, CFOG, for use of a portion of the Johnston House property as a managed community garden, and a contribution of $20,000 to CFOG to support the development of the community garden.
Second.
Excellent. All those in favor. I'm so sorry. Let's do the roll call. Harvey Rohrbach, Councilmember Rohrbach.
Yes.
Yep. Councilwoman Penrose.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ruddick.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
And myself, Mayor Eisen. Yes. All right. Congratulations on the garden. I'm so psyched to see what you guys do with it. And I definitely also want to be a part of the process. I think a lot of council members do too. And if nothing else, Bob wants to eat the produce. So I'm all in.
Robert.
Or Robert. Here we go. Next item. It's item 3B. It is the sewer service charges report from Municipal Financial Services, intent to establish sanitary sewer service charges effective fiscal years 2020-21 through 2024-25, and to set public hearing for June 2nd, 2020. And I'm sorry, could you guys hear that when I said it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Bear with me. I feel like I'm a caveman dropped into a strange place, but we'll work through this. I want to thank you for considering this item, which is the sewer service charges study and related items, including a request to authorize the release of notices for the rate increase, rate adjustments under Prop 218. With me tonight, helping in the process, is Tommy Pavlicek, who is our consultant with Municipal Financial Services. I feel comfortable. Last meeting, I didn't get a chance to sing his praises. I will now say that Tommy has been an unbelievable consultant. He is even helping right now Jill and Brittany working through some issues on the general plan. So it's been a pleasure working with him, and will continue to do so. this report tonight and this presentation has a lot of the same comments and same presentation components as you saw on the 17th, which was the workshop. That is intentional. It wasn't lazy on our part. It was really intentional to, once again, basically lay out the basics of why we're here, what we're asking, and how the consultant and staff reached the recommendation tonight. These PowerPoint presentations, this one and the prior one, will be on the website for the sewer rate adjustment, and available for anyone who wants to see them after the fact as well. With that, I will proceed. So I won't read all of this. This is in your staff report, and I'll get to a recommendation which will say the exact same thing at the end of the report. But there are a series of actions in the resolution that we are asking the council to take. And included with that is an additional action, which is to authorize staff to proceed with fairly minor municipal code revisions to codify the rate structure and other related charges that are necessitated out of this. We may, and our hope is to also attach some fog related items and some other cleanup items with the sewer chapter as well. So we'll see how that goes, but that's our plan. And I won't again spend a great deal of time, but our system is comprised of 35 miles of sewer mains, the 3 pump stations and force mains. So basically, virtually everything we have other than the lift stations are below ground assets. So they aren't very visible and they're not very sexy, to say the least, but they are very expensive to maintain, and they are more expensive to replace if we don't maintain them. So that's a critical piece, I think, as we look at any infrastructure. The Joint Powers Authority is the authority that we operate the sewer treatment plant along with Granada and Montera. And again, their assets are a little more tangible and obvious if you go to the treatment plant itself. And then there is also underground and above ground work and assets included as the intertie pipeline system that runs from north to south to the plant. And to remind folks that this is the first rate increase that we've asked for since 2014. So 6 years of rate stability is a good thing. However, I would say this, 6 years of rate stability also leads us to a very difficult decision-making process at this point in terms of looking at rate adjustments. As it stands, and we'll go through this a little more, clearly this is fiscally unsustainable at this point to maintain the rate structure that we have, and we'll again go through that a little bit more, but it's just not sustainable. This process is subject to Proposition 218, was the voter initiative that included a lot of things, but one of those was a clear protest hearing process for things such as sewer and water rates, and we are obligated to meet those requirements. So you'll see these are similar to what you saw, or exactly what you saw the last time. And those assets basically are in the city, primarily the below ground pipes. You see in the middle piece is a clay pipe, which is part of the older system of pipes. And then you see some of the newer pipe that's where there's pieces and replacements moving forward in the more modern material. We also have a commitment to maintaining this. We contract with the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side for that cleaning service, and this is the truck and that their staff uses to do much of that work. We have a pump station. The bottom right is the Ocean Colony pump station, which will be subject to replacement. We have a bid opening on the 21st of this month and hope to bring that in May for award to continue that. And that again is about a $3 million replacement project between the force main and the pump station. The force main needs to be replaced as it's located within an environmentally sensitive habitat area and really and is running at the point of useful life. We also have manholes, person holes, whatever we want to call them, that are part of our obligations and the way we maintain and manage the system. And these are just examples, and we have to maintain and fix those and repair those and reline them so they don't leak through, and various things. Sometimes we have to replace them outright. We have some still brick lined ones. One was over by the library. We replaced that when we replaced the new pavement at the library. But those are still some of those around. And then there is the SAM treatment plant, which is a huge piece of this. And again, for those in the audience, particularly, we are responsible for paying a prorated or a proportional share of the cost for this treatment plant and other costs related to the sewer authority. At this point, we're at about 56% on that share of cost for SAM-related facilities and operations. So to put that out there, SAM itself is a major piece to our plan, and this isn't horribly unique. There are, across the San Mateo County, as well as across many of the Bay Area counties, there are public city-owned collection systems that are basically provided services by another agency, either a JPA or a special district. There are also models in which the special district basically runs all of the facilities and the programs, including treatment as well as collections. And so there's a mixed bag, but our scenario is not all that unique, but it is probably more unique that it is a JPA rather than a special district run treatment plant. That being said, one of the challenges and issues, as you've been seeing along the way, is that the SAM costs have significantly risen over the years. And over the last 3 to 4 years, we are looking at about a 51% increase in the SAM cost. There's a lot of reasons behind that. Labor costs, doing it the right way is part of that cost, a lot of those costs. There were also issues dealing with lawsuits and fines and other issues that we'd all like to not talk about and think about, but they are a reality. But they are something I think that we have to put to the forefront, and that is we have to have sufficient funds to be able to address problems and issues that occur at SAM, as well as problems and issues that may come within our own system. And those can come from many places, including major breaks, major spills, major issues with the water board, and the list goes on. So it's a harbinger of why we have to be very careful, and that we have to provide adequate funding to make sure that the utility is sustainable and funded. So you saw this the last time, and this is the basically the line that shows why we're here in a nutshell. That black line falling precipitously downward is your sewer fund. If we do nothing and we just allow things to ride out the next couple of years, we will be virtually at zero by year 3 of this, and we will be at or below, even at that year 3 point, what our 75-day emergency reserve should be. So this is a very critical and a very important piece to understand. This also leaves us with absolutely no flexibility and no security should some event or issue occur with that. So in any event, this is an important piece to remember why we're here, what's going on, and I think from within the community, questions that will certainly come as to why are we doing this and why can't we wait? The issues, and I think the answers to that are very simple. Waiting will only prolong the pain and suffering to this point and put us in a far worse financial condition, and could result in significant problems and issues, such as if we have a major spill or suit or anything that comes around with that deal, that the general fund would have to pick up and basically replace those dollars if the sewer fund is not adequate, or we would have to take a loan out against future revenues, which still would be required to go and deal with a rate increase. So there really is no way around and out of this whole except to proceed with rate adjustments. That's staff's opinion. So this is just what we are trying to do with this rate adjustment, which is to flatten that out and to not have the sewer reserve fund, basically the sewer funding balance, end up down at the 0 point. You will note that this rate increase still does require us to spend a significant amount of our capital reserve funds that have been put aside to maintain the everyday, all the time operations as well as capital. But this is sort of the reality of where we are and what we have to do with that. So, but that is what this line reflects, is the fact that we are continuing under this rate scenario to spend that money. This depicts the purple line is the key piece to look at. That is basically the target fund balance for which is 75 days cash. That is the bare kind of the minimum that we need to have and maintain for operations. That is the standard. I wouldn't say it's gold standard, but it is the standard for virtually every agency that we've been able to find and look at. And that's where we are there. So you can see at the end of year 5, we are getting closer and closer with the fund balance to that 75-day emergency reserve point there. And that's about $800,000 difference if you're looking for that number. So that's also an important number. And under this rate structure, we would make sure that that is held and required, that 75-day reserve. And that's not been a standard to date. Although we've had adequate reserves, it's not been an issue, but it's never been formalized in the structure for the city's sewer fund. And then the red line here, the right red line, basically reflects the rate increases, the revenues basically that are derived from those rate adjustments. So you can see that while it's climbing, is not climbing as precipitously as the black line is falling in terms of the total funds for the district. And so that again is intentional with the idea at year 5, and the hope is that both of those lines, the black line and the red line, will flatten and continue to function out there. We want to be clear, we're going to definitely look at this in 2 to 3 years, look at where we are, and we may have to come back and do some adjustments. We are also concerned that SAM capital cost, we indicated in the staff report, the plant itself could be upwards of $40 million of improvements. The IPS, we think somewhere between 20 and 25 million. Those are going to have to be financed over a longer term, but we still have an obligation under that scenario to pay our proportional share of that, and how that comes, whether in pay-as-you-go or in financed, it's still out there. Now, without going into the details, obviously all of the work that's been going forward in terms of settling a long dispute with Montera and Granada is designed around trying to reduce the cost and impact to our ratepayers. And this is reflecting what we believe is the likely scenario and settlement out of that, without going into the details. But this is tied to and reflective of those terms, which are intended to reduce the cost overall for SAM-related, particularly IPS-related projects to the city. And finally, the question being, what does this look like as a typical average single-family home? The blue line above, those are basically the percentages for an average single family home. 23% in that first year, 13, 13, 13, 13 across the board. Now, we'll go through a little bit of that. We've talked about this prior to this point, and it's a little challenging. Part of this and part of particularly year one, really is about the restructuring to a flat rate structure for single family and for residential uses, but in general. And so there, what you see is basically no net revenue increase if you look at that red line running on this and heading then upward in those deals. So even though some folks will see that kind of increase, we'll go through that a little bit in a later slide. There are also a number of customers who will see reductions or not as significant increases. It's all about sort of adjusting to the flat rate structure. And so it's not as easy as just a straight percentage to discuss. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So again, from a rate making perspective, there are competing interests. I'm certainly not going to go into this detail, but there's competing interest across the board. Obviously, I think number one for us and for the purpose of the sewer funding is to basically create sufficient revenues to run the system and to maintain it and to preserve adequate reserves. So the general fund would not be ever responsible for having to cover issues with regard to the sewer. And then it runs kind of down through the list of those objectives with that. So this is what was presented to you last time on the 17th. This is just showing the rate adjustments that are there and proposed. These will be, if approved tonight, moving forward, will be included in the 218 notices that go out. So everybody will see this. And as we've said, and we'll continue to say, if an individual, when they get this notice, emails us or sends us a note or calls us, we can find out pretty much how much they will see an adjustment. Again, some will see lesser costs, particularly in year one. Some will see a little more. Some will see more than that. But if you look at the top left piece there under 2021, a residential single family, the average home is at 830 today. In this scenario, you're looking at 828 for an average single family home. Now those then will increase each year by the 13% roughly beyond that point. But in year one, again, this goes back to the issue of readjusting the rate structure a bit and flattening that out. And so that's where we are. I think it's important to note that particularly for the mobile home and senior apartments, those will actually see net decreases in their payments in year one, and even year two will basically see equivalent to what is being paid today as a minimum fee. So for those folks, they're definitely seeing less of the impact, and I think that's an appropriate thing. We are also, and remember, these fees are ultimately paid by the property owners. How they allocate those costs to their tenants is an issue that is between the owner and the tenants. Obviously, if you've got a year lease, you can't make those adjustments until that's done. The other thing I think is important is that for those folks that are deed restricted units that are tied to a maximum 30% of their income, they should not really see any adjustments, any increases in their costs associated with this rate increase, because the owners of those properties cannot pass along anything more than what will equate to utilities and their rent, a maximum of 30% for that. So very little impact to those the deed restricted units out there. And I think that's also a good message. And I think the final message to this, and I know is probably going to come out in questions: why now? Do we have to do this now? Here we are in COVID-19 challenges and issues. Well, I want to remind folks that these go on the property tax bills. So there is a timeline that we're stuck with to try to get these on the property tax bills. The first 50% of the bill for sewer, regardless of whether these are adopted or not, will not hit and not be required to be paid until December 10, 2020. The second half, not till April of 2021. So there is going to be time, I think, for this COVID-19 issue to settle out a bit, the financial side of this to settle out before anybody sees any kind of adjustments in their cost and their charges out. So I think that's also an important message for folks to be reminded of going. This was out there, and I remind folks that we seem to have a habit of doing this. You can see we had a net 132% increase back in the 2008, 2013, 14 timeframe. The equivalent today of what we're asking for over this 5-year period is 100%. So this is actually, today's is less than what was required to bring the sewer fund up to where it is today back 6 to 10 years ago. So just as a comparative point. Our objective moving forward is to not have such lengthy times in between these reviews and assessments, and to basically try to find a way to do these sooner and with less impact and less cost out ultimately to folks, and flatten that line out. That is our objective, and I think that's shared by the council and the subcommittee in particular. So again, we're obligated under 218 to basically charge only what we need to operate the fund and maintain balances and adequate safety and reserves. Also, there is no provision for minimum charges, so this revision is necessary today as we utilize a minimum charge on residential uses. So that has to go away. So there is an obligation, regardless, that we're really need to have to modify this. This adjustment would deal with that. As indicated, this is not an easy answer to just go to what does this mean in terms of the percentage and just be able to attach it. It really depends on the situation. But what we're looking at when we talk about increasing from 600, a person who's currently paying $672 to $828 being the flat rate minimum, flat rate fee to that point. That equates to about $156 per year increase, or $13 per month. So I think part of this we have to contemplate and consider in the context of monthly bills. Now, monthly bills have to be paid. We all understand that. But I know when we go and look at our other monthly bills, including our Comcast bill, or our internet, our cable, all of these other costs and everything with that bill, they're far in excess of those annual or monthly costs, or at least close to those in many respects, or certainly many people for more. I can speak to that myself. So that's kind of the challenge. So again, approximately 1,250 accounts will see an increase of approximately $24 per month. Approximately 840 accounts will see an increase between $0 and $280 per year. And then approximately 1,220 accounts will actually have rates and bills that decrease. And you can see those. So that's why we say, if you have questions about what this means to you as an individual property owner, particularly for the single family in particular, or the multifamily, we can actually look up existing data, existing records, and be able to tell you roughly where you fall with the new rate structure. And so we can do that, and we will be happy to do that for folks. Again, on the commercial side, there is an impact here. But again, there are 71 of 171 counts will actually decrease, down by about $24 per month. And again, if you look at it, you're talking about $170 per year, $1,400. This again is year one. I have to be clear, this is year one. Then there are the increases that occur in the subsequent years. So I don't want to be misspeaking on that issue. But these are talking about what happens year one, and then there is the increases that occur down the line. And then we presented this. This actually adjusted a little bit because a couple of agencies actually had actually done some adjustments between the last time we had updated this. So you can see as we stand at the year one for an average single family home, we are still well below median and average of San Mateo County. If you look at where Montera is, you can see we are well below that point. So for perspective, that's what we can offer in terms of those adjustments. Even with the increases occurring each year after that point, all of these other lines will also continue to adjust. And so we pretty much can feel pretty confident that the median and the average difference between our rates and that dotted line is going to be pretty consistent as we move forward, even with our other continuing adjustments through the years. So where are we today? We are at a very critical point, and that is for the council to accept the report and authorize us to proceed with the mailing of the 218 notices. That would set the public hearing for this item as June 2nd. We will be making, if you direct us to move forward, we'll be making adjustments to the notice itself to reflect the possibility that we could be in COVID-19 virtual reality and hearings, and we can make that work and deal with it. And thanks to our friends at Montera to alert us to that issue, particularly Clemens, the general manager, because they're in the midst of already having mailed theirs out and are dealing with this question. So we thank them for raising the question and helping us deal with that. And finally, the recommendations are here, and I won't read them out to you, but those are what they are, and there are a series of those actions to be taken. The resolution, if you adopt the resolution, will take care of all of those actions. And then we get to questions.
You want to go back and just actually read that slide real quick? I'm sorry, I was.
Sure.
I was taking
Sure. So we're at the resolution includes 5 basic kind of premises there. One, that you accept the 2020 sewer service charge study. That you, as part of that resolution, you're identifying and stating your intent to establish new fees for the next 5 fiscal years. You're also adopting the guidelines for submission and tabulation of the protest under Prop 218. You're setting the public hearing for June 2nd, and you're directing staff to release the 218 hearing notices out. So all of that's in there. Again, if your action and recommendation is to move it forward, all you have to say is move approval of resolution, and it would include all of those actions.
Awesome. Thank you for doing that. Thank you so much. And very, very thorough and great presentation. I appreciate it. I'm sure there are quite a few questions on this topic. Let's start off with Deborah Penrose.
Okay, trying to unmute. I'm sorry. I don't have questions at this point, but I do have some comments. Having been on the board for the Sewer Authority Midcoast for the past 3 years, I am very much and painfully aware of the problems that have come because of the lack of funding for keeping up the infrastructure of the entire plant. We have suffered not just the economic problems caused by the lack of a decent infrastructure, from fines for spills to lawsuits to, but more importantly, to the effects that it has on our environment. We cannot allow our sewage system to dump sewage into our oceans. It's just not right. Can't do it. So I am in favor of the increase, and I think that it's the way you've planned it out has been incredibly good. I think the cost is minimal to individuals, and the benefit is it's an emergency. It's not something that I feel I have any right to even question. I might question the way it's done, the procedures that you've taken, the timeline or something, but I have no question in my mind that it is an emergency situation. If we don't fix it, things will definitely get worse. Those are my comments.
Very good. Thank you so much. Harvey, council member. Yeah.
Harvey's fine. I just have one question for John. You say one of the goals of the new rate structure is to improve conservation. But it seems to me that if you're going from a flow-based to a flat rate, you're not going to encourage conservation. So I was just wondering if you could react to that.
Sure. Thanks, Harvey. Again, those are a list of the things that you're trying to balance. And so obviously, we landed on, first and foremost, going to a flat rate structure to reduce cost and sort of the issues related to managing, maintaining, billing, and doing all of the things that we want and need to do administratively. The real reason that we went to that point, to the flat rate structure, was that the green building codes and all of the other building codes that have been adopted in the prior years and currently exist have squeezed virtually every bit of conservation in the water side that probably is available, absent going to gray water, dual gray water, potable water systems. From our perspective, and when we looked at and we talked to Tommy about this and looked at it, one of the concerns and issues that we had is when you have a water-based, completely almost water-based, flow-based issue, when people conserve, you get less funding, even though your costs are the same or growing. And so the main reason we have recommended this rate structure and going to this point is that we squeezed everything we think reasonably at this point out of conservation. And two, we need to have the rate structure every year be predictable and not be fluctuating based on conservation that might occur. Hope that helps.
Yeah, it helps. And I like your lion behind you.
Thanks.
I like it. Anything else, Harvey?
No, that's it.
Yep. Councilwoman Reddick?
Yeah, so I agree with Dr. Penrose. I also sit on the Sewer Authority Midcoast side and have for several years now. So I understand the urgent need to deal with the sewer plant, which is basically at the end of its useful life. And we've seen very serious environmental impacts from a policy of, minimizing rate increases and deferring maintenance, which, sounds good on paper until you have a giant spill in lawsuits as a result and fines. So I basically support the approach of raising rates. I do have a question though, and that is between ADUs, accessory dwelling units, and senior apartments. So the delta between a single family home and the ADU is about $132. That would, be shifted most likely to the occupants of the accessory dwelling unit. We know that none of these so far are affordable. They're market rate, and I'm guessing you'll have more than one occupant in these units. The senior apartments tend to be affordable and subsidized. Just seems to me that a fairer approach would not subsidize ADUs, but would help out occupants of senior apartments. So I'd like to see, an adjustment for that. I don't think we should be subsidizing market rate units, and I think $132 difference for the ADU is fair in relation to the affordable units. So I'm just wondering if we can, make changes to that.
Mayor, may I?
Oh, please. I'm so sorry. Yeah. First and foremost, I'm guessing Tommy is probably flipping in his seat there because we don't have anything is allowed to subsidize under 218. Nothing subsidizes anything else. It's the actual real cost of doing service. Now, having been asked this question earlier, thank you, Debbie. We have evaluated it. Tommy and I have spoken and run through it and looked at the numbers. And if the council believe it appropriate, we certainly could see an adjustment upwards from the 1.5 to the 1.6 equivalent dwelling unit for single family and ADU, which would bring that a little less of a feeling that there was a subsidy being to that point. There is, we've looked at the numbers. It can be justified. We just sort of found the middle ground in there at the 1.5, and just for the sake of having that for the viewing public, basically that line with the ADUs at 2021 goes from 1104 to 1212, from 1380 to 12 to, I'm sorry, where am I looking at here? And 1236, 1392, 15. I wrote down the wrong thing here. Sorry. Sorry. So in 2021, the ADU is at 960. 2021, 22 is 1104, 1236, 1392, and 1572 out there. So at the end of this run, the difference between the 1.5 versus the 1.6 in terms of cost is roughly roughly $400 difference annually. It's a lot.
So that's what that looks like. And again, this isn't an issue of subsidizing or anything with that. It's just an issue of if there's a feeling that the ADU is sort of undercalculated in terms of the share of the cost, that's why certainly we could justify this and move this forward.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense to me, and I thank you for putting together that data.
Thank Tommy.
Thanks, Tommy.
Anything else from you, Debbie?
No, I mean, as a finance committee, we've vetted this and we had a presentation at the last meeting. So yeah, I'm pretty clear both on the need and on what I think is, the general, fairness of the rate spread and over time. And, unless people want to, poop less, I think we need to go with this for both financial and environmental reasons.
Okay. Vice Mayor Brownstone?
Yeah, I had a follow-up question, so just to make sure I understand the senior apartment rates. So, and maybe Councilwoman Ruddock can clarify this for me. So, let's say someone has an apartment in Leslie Gardens, right? And it's subsidized. The numbers that we saw before, a lot of those rents are much lower than those sewer rates, right? So it's the owner, the administrator of those apartments that subsidizes those rents. They're paying the sewer fees, right?
Yes.
So it's hard for me to figure out, do you know what I mean, what that actual impact on the individual apartment renter is. Because in other words, those numbers we were seeing, how much does that gets pushed down into their rent increase or not? Since and how so how that rent can be subsidized to accommodate for that.
Again,
an unknown question.
Council member, I beg you, implore you, no one to use the term subsidizing. Again,
well, what I mean is the
Proposition 218 made it abundantly clear that the real cost is the real cost based on the type of use. How those get allocated in those restricted areas
that's exactly what
is not something that we can we can get involved in. That is between the property owner and the renter and the regulations and restrictions that they rent under and acquired the property under.
So Mid-Penn, for example, administers a lot of that senior housing, correct?
Yes.
So that could be an interesting question for them. In other words, they're the allocator in the terms that you're using. How that increase to them will then be allocated to a tenant, correct?
Well, again, if I could, remember, if you let's take Main Street, the Main Street apartments, which is Mid-Penn, non-senior. Let's just take those for a conversation piece. My understanding is those are all based on different programs, but basically, if you take it roughly at the worst case scenario, roughly at 30, they're locked in at the maximum 30% of their income can go to rent utilities. Regardless of what this adjustment does, they're locked in at that maximum 30% rent and utilities. How Mid-Penn dices and slices that up is their responsibility and their deal. And whether that is to cover more of the sewer and less on the rent, that's really part of their deal, and they're covering their financial obligations.
Yeah.
Mid-Penn ultimately is responsible for covering what isn't covered by the rent and utilities that are limited in what they can pay. And I hate to say that. That's the cruel reality. I don't know what to say other than that.
I just think it's another important part of the formula that we simply don't have that to know how much, in this case, the renter, the end user is having to get stuck with that increase. Yeah. So,
but again, I go back to the basic issue. We run a sewer enterprise. We have to run that like a business.
Yeah, no, I'm saying someone's paying for it.
And heartless, I know, but the realities of this are, like any other utility, the cost of operating is either going to be paid for by the ratepayer or someone else.
Right. And Mid-Penn is a well-funded philanthropy, so I would assume that Mid-Penn would pick that up. Big assumption, but that's just saying that it's another piece of this. At any rate, I think, going back to something that Mayor Eisen said, way back, our job as city council is to protect this community's health, safety, and welfare. And two of our top priorities are fiscal responsibility and infrastructure. I really can't think of anything that could be more responsible than to make sure that contributes to our health, safety, and welfare is the maintenance of our sewerage infrastructure. And certainly one of the things when, I was running for this office, and I said often, there is no way I'm ever gonna, if there's any way I can ever keep a 300,000 gallon raw sewage break from polluting the streets of any community in this town, in this area, to me, that's critical. And, I realize that, 1,000 people have been laid off in Half Moon Bay in the last month. And people will be, pinching their pennies and, trying to figure out what they can pay for and what they can't. And so, in my reasoning here, I understand that completely. And, these are the kind of decisions that, we get elected to make. And people will be making a lot of tough decisions about what things they could pay, where they'll you know, weave in their budget where they can afford an extra $13 or $24 a month, and that's going to be hard for some people, harder for some folks than others, obviously. But it's certainly our responsibility above anything to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our community. And so, yeah, I think this is really good forward thinking. John, this is just one of the most, I think this is one of the best presentations explaining the need, where we are, that I've seen. And I really thank you for it. I know we've seen it a number of times. And it gives me a lot of confidence in our staff and, you know, looking at this long term. A lot of these things were out of our control. Why weren't rates raised, you know, before? You know, here we are now. There's a lot of reasons decisions got made in the past by different pieces of our communities up and down the coast. But I think it takes courage to make the right decision here. And I think we're a courageous, forward-thinking city council, and this is the right decision. That's what I have to say. Thanks.
All right. Is my turn? You done, Robert? Okay.
Thanks.
Cool. All right. Great presentation. So here we go. I've 3 pages of questions. So here we go. You ready? It might take a little while. Here we go. So first of all, obviously, one of our top things, and I love this council for this, is we care about the environment. We are environmentally forward council in terms of our thoughts, our actions, and all different aspects. And the sewer obviously relates to the environment in a major way, because not only do spills cost us money, they also cost us, you know, from an environmental standpoint. I surfed this morning, you know, and luckily there's nobody else in the water, which is nice. But it's a great way for us to be out in the oceans and make sure that everything's clean. So that's the first thing. Second thing, there is nothing I find more difficult than raising taxes, because that's what we're doing. So just for the record, we are raising taxes. What percent over 5 years, John?
100%.
Is it 100%? I thought it was 75%.
It's 100% compounded. It's 75% non-compounded, 100% compounded, for full disclosure.
So, okay, thank you. So we are raising taxes 100% in a time period where, as Robert just said, 1,000 people just lost their job in Half Moon Bay. A community of 12,000, 1/12 of our community just lost their job in the last 2 weeks, no less. So, and I realize we started this discussion much further before that, because Debbie and I are on the finance committee, and we went through this twice with you, and we have that timeline. And so, you know, we started this topic a long time ago. So the pain is amplified that much more right now, and I get that. And I find it difficult to raise taxes while I don't feel like we are acting fast enough to, quote unquote, as Debbie Ruddick said before, share the pain. And if I'm a public person in the community and I hear people saying, oh, let's share the pain, we're increasing taxes 100%, we're not doing anything yet in terms of cuts, it doesn't bode well. I don't like that juxtaposition, and it makes me nervous, just in all honesty. And I don't like the direction that we're heading, because as of right now, all the pain, 100% of the pain, is going to our city residents, right? I mean, that's currently what's happening. And I just want to apologize to our city residents for it, because I realize that, like, ultimately speaking, we kicked the can down the road, and here we are. And now we pretty much have our hands are tied behind our back. And I mean, like everybody said, we absolutely have to do this. We have to protect the environment. This is the position we're in, and now we've got to make these tough decisions. And I, as Robert said, we're elected to make tough decisions. Well, I hate having to make this decision, but ultimately, you know, we'll go from there. So now let me get into some of the questions I have. So I wanted to know if we can use the general fund, our general fund that we talked about earlier tonight, to supplement the sewer costs. Is that a way to supplement the sewer costs? Because I think you talked about that a little bit, but just, you know, we do have 1,000 people that just lost their job. Is there any way to take money that exists from our general fund to help us with this situation? And I do realize, I realize the sewer is an enterprise fund, of course.
The simple answer is that the nature of the general fund is that it can be used for general government services. You as the council choose how you wish to spend it. I think staff would not recommend doing so, as you have a sewer enterprise fund. And just like any other utility, that's why you have that, and that's how you deal with it. But certainly the general fund, but I think Bob also went through the numbers, and the bottom line is that, you know, while we have good reserves and we have all those, you know, the things that are put out there in the presentation, you know, that just is robbing Peter to pay Paul in one perspective. It's,
well, it depends how the general fund is being used, of course. If it's being used to, you know, supplement salaries, then maybe, but if it's being used to save our taxpayers, that's another use. So, I mean, it is however you're using it, and that's
sure.
why it's important.
That's purely a policy decision.
Understood. I made my point. Why did we kick the can so far down the road? And I realize Robert just says, well, we're in this position. We don't even need to ask that question. I want that actual question asked, and I want to see what the answer is. How did we end up in this situation where we kind of didn't take action for so long? How can we prevent that in the future? What do we have to do? And what is our plan for that?
So I'll take that in the multiple parts that it is. So first and foremost, I think the question is, why are we here and why are we now here? And I will say this, we started work on this in basically September of last year. You know, no one ever imagined that we would be where we are with COVID-19, obviously, and everything that goes with that, but it's unfortunate. But we started that many months ago, and the process takes time to meet the 218 requirements by law. So from where we are and what it's taken and how we've gotten to there is that. I will go back to 3 years when we entered into basically litigation against Granada and Montera. Until we had clear resolution of what those costs and how we were going to allocate cost for the IPS, it made it very difficult for us to look at a rate structure. We were hopeful that that issue would be resolved much sooner than 3 years later, and we still have not fully resolved it. But there was thinking that really needed, and my part clearly was, I felt that it was necessary and to understand what the implications were with settlement, how we would go forward with that, and ultimately to push out the rate structure based on understanding where we landed in settlement. The other piece of this is that, as you understand, we were doing and dealing with multiple things, a huge CIP, a lot of other projects. We brought in a whole rec program. We can go through the litany and the list of all those things, the good work that the council's done over the last 4 years. Those things take time. They also take priorities, and clearly those became higher priorities than pushing forward the rate adjustments. And clearly part of the issue we're looking at is that we've only seen in the last really 3 years the SAM increases of substantial nature. Though those were not foreseeable even 4 years ago when the budget was adopted by the council 4 years ago. It's very different than what it is today. And frankly, I'll be honest with you, for the realities of this, we just looked at the general budget for SAM and it was up another 10 to 12%. Now we're looking to try to reduce that and cut that, but those costs aren't stopping, and that's a reality that we're having to deal with. And so there's a lot of reasons. Probably some will say that's a bunch of hooey. But I'm being as straight and as I possibly can about the reasons why that was not undertaken at that time with that.
And then, no, very good answer. What is our plan moving forward to make sure we do not end up with like
Sure.
such a, are we going to look at this each year? Because I think we're in a time period where a bunch of things are going to change. Even with this plan, we might have to increase even 2 years from now based on what we started out with.
We could, and clearly the finance committee, when the last meeting we had in March 10th, clearly gave us direction to look at this no later than 2 years from now and to reevaluate that and look to see if we needed to run a new study. Part of that issue will certainly be determined by whether SAM moves forward with long-term financing for the sewer plant and or IPS, and that's going to be a big piece of this equation. So that's there. So we definitely will look at this on a list of minimum 2 year, and going forward, it should be on a 2 to 3 year cycle at minimum.
Is that your recommendation?
Moving forward, so we don't have these long gaps. All
right, good. I trust you on that because I don't know what the recommendation should be. So that if that's what it is, I'm all good. So and can we just write that into the record that that's what we're going to do so we don't miss it again? Blah blah blah. SAM capital costs. Okay, so let me just ask a question here. Is what we are paying for with our sewer funds, what we're talking about here, the 100% increase, it has nothing to do with capital costs, right? When Robert mentioned infrastructure for this is not an infrastructure piece, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm a little lost in the question. Could you?
Okay, let me try again. So does the cost that we are increasing of this have anything to do with the capital costs of the 25 million and the 40 million?
Yes.
So this builds into those costs?
This builds in funding for the city's capital replacement repair cost, and it builds in a certain amount toward SAM capital repair and replacement.
John, maybe go back to the slide, the table slide that shows the colors, and you can see the capital contribution.
Oh, sure. Sorry. That's good. Thank you, Bob.
There's a capital contribution to both SAM and to our own collection system.
So we specifically did this for this very reason, and thank you, Tommy, for that. So if you look at if you look at the bar chart to the very far left, which is 1920, you'll see the city's capital improvement as at 3.8 million, a very big number. As I showed in the slides, the picture of the Ocean Colony pump station, that's about $3 million of that. If you look then moving along the line, you're at 800 and then dropping into the 600,000 range for every year for city capital improvements and maintenance, repair, and replacement of pipes and sewers. If you look at the green part of that chart, that is the SAM capital projects. And so that assumes roughly around $2.4 million in total of SAM capital projects annually, with our distribution being based on whether it's IPS or the plant. And so it varies a little bit. It's not 1,200 across the board. That's reflective of what we believe will come forward in the final settlement conversation, which is a different share of the cost for the IPS, the intertie pipeline system. So that's why that doesn't reflect exactly 1,200 even split across there or whatever with that.
No, that makes perfect sense. Thank you. So, but eventually when we go into these big projects, we're going to have to take out financing for these.
No, SAM, our issue, what we're really talking about is SAM taking out that financing. Now, we are SAM. We are SAM. We are the big dog in that deal, and our rating will be the basis in all likelihood for how SAM's financial wherewithal goes in terms of the bond market and financing. So I understand where it's a subtle distinction.
No, but you see where I'm going.
I know where you're going.
You see where I'm going. Because
what we believe is our share right now, our share of what we've allocated here in the green line here is close to meeting the obligations for long-term financing for a major portion of those capital improvements, both sewer treatment plant and the IPS. Not all of that. I don't, no one would believe that, and I don't believe it either, but I think it goes a long way in terms of that. So what this is looking at right now is pay-as-you-go, which can be converted to pay on the long-term finance plan. So either way, that capital money goes one way or the other, pay-as-you-go or on financing.
Okay, and I'm all good. So and obviously you see where I'm going, because my next question, of course, is how old are our sewer lines and what is their life expectancy? Because we all know that we are headed towards a very precarious, at least 10 years or something, whatever it's going to be. I don't know what your timeline might be, but we are going to have to start spending ridiculous amounts of money on the sewer at some point. Yes or no?
When I talk about Sam, yes. Within our own system, I'm optimistic because dating back to Paul Nagengast when he was the Public Works Director, he did a lot of lining of the sewer lines to protect those lines around that he could. He did a lot of work here. During the bad times, obviously, there wasn't a lot of investment in anything. But over the last 5 years, we've put a lot of investment back into the system to protect ourselves from breakage and from the problems that come from sewer spills.
No, that makes sense.
Now we have a portion in the historic downtown area there that are 70, 80-year-old clay pipe that are in great condition for, for being 70 to 80-year-old clay pipe. At some point, as long as they remain in place and they're in good shape, they can stay in place. The thing that really will be the major issue for us, if we have a major seismic event, those clay pipes will be a mess.
Yeah.
And that's just reality. But I've seen major seismic events, the Loma Prieta, in which ductile iron was even mangled up in major seismic events in the Santa Cruz County area. So there's no guarantee of any of that.
Okay.
But one of the things that we have suggested to the council in this package is a small amount of capital reserve fund to be created out of this. And basically that's roughly 2% of the booked value, which is about $200,000 a year, which is a drop in the bucket, but is a start toward a policy and a program in the future to set aside additional monies for that, for replacement strategically of pipes when necessary and where identified.
Where's that money coming from again? I'm so sorry.
That is out of this rate structure.
That's out of this rate. Excellent. Excellent.
That is in this rate structure.
Excellent move. I love it. Because
Hey, Adam, can I interject one quick question?
Please.
John, you probably mentioned this at the beginning, but I forgot. Over the course of the 5 years of the rate increases, how much revenue does that raise over the 5 years based on these rate increases?
I'm going to defer to Tommy. Are you there, Tommy? I know he can come up with this a lot easier than I can.
Yes, I'm here, and it's in the report on.
Yeah, I thought it was. I just wasn't sure what that number was.
Yes. Yeah, because it's a classic question.
Hey, Tommy, how about you go find that? We'll go on, and then we can come back to it if that's all right.
Yeah, interrupt me when it's time. When you got it, and you can answer that question.
Thanks, Tom.
I'm getting through this. So, sorry this is taking so long. How would we fund? So let's pretend something goes really wrong and something bursts. And you talked about our, where is this? The capital reserve funds going down so much. How does that work? Where does that fund, what happens if a pipe breaks? How does that whole thing work when we're drawing this down so much? Are you nervous about that at all? Give me perspective.
Anybody would be nervous when you're dropping down from $8 million to roughly 1.8 million or so on an annual basis or whatever with that deal in terms of that funding source. I mean, that, you know, you'd be a fool not to be a little concerned about it. You know, because you'd like to have as much banked as you possibly can. That being said, again, we have been putting in significant, you as the council have approved and continue to approve major mainline repairs, major point repairs, major improvements and repairs and resurfacing of the manholes. We put in smart covers to document flows, so we didn't have as SSOs as frequently. We're down to 1 in the last 18 months in terms of sewer spills. So, you know, would I love to have more? Everyone, you know, and the brother would like to have more. Do I think it's sufficient? I think it is adequate for the time being, but we're going to have to look down the road, you know, in terms of the bigger picture, in terms of what needs to be strategically perhaps repaired, replaced down the road.
Okay, very good. Yeah, so in the ideal, it would be more, is basically what you're saying, or it just is adequate and we're just going to deal with it as is? And just
the ideal to have more capital reserve would be always good.
Okay.
It's just not a reality for us right now.
Understood, and I appreciate you making the sacrifice. I hope, I think. We'll see.
Well, this is not my sacrifice. It's just you know, our recommendation to
putting
that
us in a precarious situation. Definitely, I'm a little nervous about it myself, actually, to tell you the truth. What does when we go into financing? So let's pretend we got to do the big piece on Sam. When we go into financing, just like I'm totally not knowledgeable about how this works, where does that money come out of? The financing money, does it still come out of our enterprise sewer fund, or then are we now sucking out of like general fund, or how does that work?
You are typically going to get financing, and that financing will be based on your rate structure and your ability to pay, your bond, your rating, and your you know, and to put in the simplest terms, your interest rate will be dependent upon your good rating, your good credit rating, as well as your capacity to generate revenue sufficient to pay back those and folks to feel comfortable with that. Those are the two basic issues. There's certainly, you know, other issues that anything comes around, but generally you're looking at tax-free bonds. So you're always looking at, almost always looking at lower interest rates than what most folks on the open market would be. You're looking at those types of things. There's also other things. The state has an infrastructure bank loan program. So there are any number of places that one can go to. Also, there have been grant funding available as well for major replacements and major sewer plant replacements, and sometimes major sewer replacements, or basically low or no interest loans from the federal government or through the state to deal with systems that are in need for whatever reason. So there's a whole host of options and opportunities out there. None of them easy, and none of them without cost and struggle at times.
But I don't, just so
the rate structure is designed around. We believe first and foremost this rate structure will address much of that for the near future if there's financing on the table. But any restructuring and any structuring to long-term financing may require us to come back and reevaluate the rate structure and go back through a 218 process to adjust the rates accordingly.
So it would basically come out of the Sewer Prize Enterprise Fund?
That would be the typical place that they come out of, is the sewer enterprise.
Okay, good. So that's also scary. That's interesting. Okay. All right. Let me just cross that out. Sanitation wipes. So we brought up recently that sanitation wipes have been, more people are using them, obviously, in this world, and they're being thrown down the toilet. So can you just make a public comment on like where those should go and what we should do with those to alleviate the extra cost almost associated with dealing with that?
Don't flush them. Put them in
John,
your trash.
where do you stick your wipes?
Don't flush them. They don't break down. There's a lot of push to actually have them remarketed, and also a class. There's been a push to have a class action lawsuit against them from all of the sewer treatment plant operators around for all the pain and suffering they cause. And if you ever go out on a tour with the Sam or us, we can show you where those end up, and they're on this nasty screen and pretty ugly and pretty nasty stuff to look at. If you're lucky. If you're unlucky, they stick in your own sewer lateral and cause a backup and cost you a lot of money to have Roto-Rooter come out and fix it.
That is
And
excellent.
always at the most inopportune time.
Adam, I think that's how we incentivize the behavior. The wipe you put down your toilet ends up here in your own plumbing, and this is how much it costs on average to fix that.
Yeah,
I like
good.
it. Excellent.
That's good. So my last comment, and then we'll move into the rest of the thing, and then I'm not sure if there's public comment on this and we can find out about it, but to me, 100% increase over 5 years is not, I think one council member put it as minimal. I don't consider it minimal, and I don't think that the public is going to consider it as a minimal and a piece of change. So I think 100% change on our taxes is actually a lot. And I just want that to go into the record, because obviously I have differing views from other council members, which has become apparent lately on different issues. But I get it. But that's a lot of money change for people. My last thing is, so I own, I believe, and I don't even know what it's classified as, but Catherine, I need you for this one. I own, I think, and again, I don't know how it's classified in the city at all, but basically, like, I have an in-law unit. And am I allowed to vote on this item? Do I have to recuse myself? Like, what's the real story here with like that whole ADU portion and all that stuff?
Yeah, so you're all effectively in the same boat, so to speak, with a possible exception of Councilor Brownstone. I think you're outside of the district that would be subject to paying these fees. But basically, this is a broad fee that would apply to everybody. So the council members who are subject to the single family rate are in the same boat of everyone else in the city, and in a single family with ADU in the same boat as everybody else in that rate class.
Can I advocate not to take the ADU portion up?
This is a package deal. So the whole rate structure is going through the Prop 218 protest process.
All right, cool. Well, I am not in favor of taking the ADU up. I think it's as is perfect. I think it's been written in, and I'm ready for either public comment or other council members to talk or whatever the next thing is. So
did we get an answer from Tommy for Robert's question?
Oh, good. So sorry. Thank you. Yes, go.
Yes, it's on a couple places in the report. It's in the executive summary, page 4. As the figure and the report shows, your current sewer service charges bring in approximately $4.4 million per year. So over the next 5 years, that would have generated approximately $22.2 million. With the increases over the 5 years, we expect it to bring in $28.9 million. So an additional $6.7 million over the 5 years.
Great.
I'm done.
No, that's actually very helpful. Yeah, well, you know what? We're talking numbers, and there's a lot of different ways to play with arithmetic. So when you tell someone you're getting a 100% increase, yeah, that sounds, wow, that's crazy. Then when you boil it down to a monthly difference between $6 to $12 a month on average to $13 and $24 a month, you know, your brain absorbs that differently. So, you know, before, Mayor Eisen, when you talked about where do we all make, where do we make a sacrifice? So you want to sit around and figure out if you fired 5 people and how much that salary would be, and then how much that would reduce this $6.7 million that we want to gather.
I never mentioned firing anybody. Please don't put words in my mouth like that.
Well,
That's
you said
a very
cut.
dangerous word.
Right. Well, you said cuts. You said cuts.
I have never once said it, so please do not put words in my mouth.
Well, we've already discussed what we mean by.
You might have discussed what you think you mean.
No,
I have not.
Well, we discussed talking about furloughs.
I never mentioned anything about firing people. Please do not use words in my mouth.
So when people come up to us and say, hey, where is the pain? Where are you contributing to the pain in terms of staffing or whatever? Because that's what you were alluding to, staffing.
Yes, I agree with that.
Right. Okay. So we've discussed where we are already talking about making, saving money, whether it's cutting hours, furloughs, et cetera. We talked about it quite a bit today. So I think we've answered that question of how we intend on having tiers, and depending on how much revenue we lose, we will make those decisions on how much we will have to save revenue in terms of staffing costs.
I agree, but I also agree that there's people out there, myself included, that thinks we should have acted faster and that we haven't been moving as quickly on that topic.
Well, we've been in it for 3 weeks, so how much faster people expected us to act? Fine, we can agree or disagree on that, but I think we're acting pretty quick on it. So I just want to state that.
Good. Thank you for the record. Anybody else?
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Ruddick that if we can justify 1.6 for the ADUs, because I agree with her that they're not affordable, and if it's consistent with Prop 218 to increase the rate for single families with ADUs, I would be in favor of that.
I have a question.
Please.
John, can you give me some idea, ballpark figure of what our failure to raise our sewer rates has cost us in terms of our SSOs, our IPS breakages, our lawyers' fees, our settlement suit, our lawsuit? I mean, we're talking about more than $1 million. I bet you anything. And if we're talking about a 100% increase, which is going to amount to $12 a month for people, have another IPS breakdown. Have the SAM plant go out completely. And you're talking about huge amounts of money. So, I don't get this financial analysis where you say it's going to cost us 100% increase, and that sounds terrible to the public. Explain to the public instead what it's already cost them and the potential for what it could cost them.
No, I like that perspective. I agree with that.
If I could just for that purpose, Mayor, the major spill from 2017 now for SAM has resulted in well over $1 million in cost to SAM and to basically us and Granada and Montera. So that's one spill, that's one issue, and that's basically the equivalent of what we're talking about increasing each year under this rate increase is one spill on the IPS line equivalency. So I think there's some value in comparatives.
Okay. Is there any other comments or public comment that we need to go to before we deliberate any further?
There's no public comment.
Cool. All right. Well, let's go for a motion. Anything else before we can see if anybody has a motion? Is there anything I'm missing?
Yeah. How big a deal would it be to go along with the idea of Councilman Ruddick to increase the rate structure for single-family houses with ADUs. Is it cast in stone that what we're going to vote on, or can we change it tonight?
Through the mayor, if you wish to, the tables in front of you, that would be the revised chart at 1.6 EDU. All you would have to do is include in your resolution the adjustment from 1.5 equivalent dwelling unit to 1.6 equivalent dwelling unit. Make that part of your motion. We would include that in the 218 report. We would amend the report itself that's attached to this package. It's not a significant undertaking to do so. It again is a policy decision. Tommy and I have again gone through this. We've talked to Catherine. The bottom line is it's defensible to move this from 1.5 to 1.6, but it is no less or no more defensible than leaving it at 1.5. It truly is a policy decision in this because we frankly don't have a lot of data points for what the ADUs are generating. In 3 to 5 years, when we have more ADUs, we'll certainly have a better understanding of what their generation rates are and what it really is in the big picture. But this is defensible and supportable.
It's interesting to me that people are spending so much time on this topic. How many ADUs do we have in the town? I mean, it's got to be a tiny number. Can we at least get some information before we vote on this? How many ADUs do we have?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have the answer handy. I see that Jill at least was on previously. I don't know if she's going to have it off the top of her head, but we certainly could. Yeah, we would have to get that information back to you.
Well, I mean, estimate. Do you think it's more than 100?
I believe there's approximately 50 that are permitted, and then there's the non-permitted ones out there, right?
Right.
There's about 50 permitted ones, is my understanding, is the last count.
So these guys are spending all this time to talk about 50 units going up.
50 units today, but it's setting rates for the next 5 years, so it'll affect all the ADUs that'll be getting.
Yeah, I'd like to address this since it's, my concern.
Yeah.
And that is, we may only have 50 now or 100 now, but it is over 5 years. And, the state has relaxed requirements for them. So there's going to be a whole lot more. We were just asked to amend, our Measure D allocations to accommodate, 7 more. So there's an increasing interest in, and not only that, people can have 2 ADUs, right? So you add 2 ADUs to a single family dwelling unit at only $132 extra a piece. That doesn't, that doesn't cut it. That's not going to match the generation. So
I agree, but should we create a category then for 2?
No, we don't have to, because 2 will, pay that amount. It's a single family home with an ADU, right? So if there's 2 ADUs, there'll automatically be an increase, right, John?
The way this is structured is if you had multiple ADUs, it would be the same rate.
Correct.
We landed on simply because there were going to be so few locations in which you could have multiple ADUs that we were chasing so few number that it just did not, make sense to chase that number.
See, I don't agree with you, because people can have an interior ADU and they can have a detached ADU. So
exactly.
But again, an interior ADU this is dealing with a detached ADU, not an interior ADU. Because again, the interior ADU is one that basically the state says you can't. They're treated differently with that. So this was intended to be for detached ADU.
yeah, but still, the interior ADU is going to generate,
But they're not going to be charged. They're not going to be charged any different in the current way.
Jill is here and can speak to the issue if you'd like to hear from her.
Absolutely.
Good evening. Hi. Just quickly, a couple things. I would concur with John on the inventory of ADUs in the city at this time. We don't have the best inventory of what was developed in the past, but you know, in recent years, we've been processing on the order right now of, we've got 30 active applications, and in previous years, we'd only had about 3 per year. So definitely looking forward, and that's what this item is for you tonight, is really important. With regards to properties that could at some point in the future have 2 ADUs, just want to remember that the ADU inside the house, it would be difficult to charge a separate utility service fee to it, the way that the state law is structured at this point in time. I think it's something that we're sensitive to. We listened to your discussion about ADUs and the concern about impacts on infrastructure, et cetera. And so that was why when we saw you in January with the draft ADU ordinance, we suggested that we start charging for their Measure D certificates and charging for impact fees associated with them insofar as the state allows it, which is for ADUs that are larger than 750 square feet. So there's some things that can be done and some that can't. And I would suggest that we would, next time we see you with the ADU ordinance, we could give you some more information about that.
My other question would be, I mean, obviously, before you do anything rash, which obviously sometimes we do things rash and sometimes we don't, but it would be nice to at least have what other cities do with regards to this exact topic before we vote on anything like this, where some people are willing to make rash decisions on certain things, they're not willing to make rash decisions on other things. To me, can we at least get the information before we vote on it?
And since you have an ADU, you know, that makes a perfect point, doesn't it? Is there a third supporter of this?
I am ready to support it.
Okay.
So,
Debbie, would
Yeah.
you make a motion?
I need to see the recommendations slide again. I move that we adopt a resolution as follows. Accepting the report titled 2020 Sewer Service Charges Study dated April 1, 2020, stating the council's intent to establish sanitary sewer fees for fiscal year 2021 through fiscal year 2024 with the amended table of 1.6 EDUs for accessory dwelling units, adopting city guidelines for submission and tabulation of protests, setting public hearing for written protests for June 2nd, 2020, and directing staff to release Proposition 218 hearing notices, and to direct staff to prepare necessary municipal code revisions to codify rate structure and other related charges.
Second.
That, just to be clear, that did not include the adjustment on ADU.
Yes, right.
I said stating the council's intent to establish sanitary sewer fees for 2020 through 2021 through fiscal year 2024-25 with the amended table showing 1.6 EDUs for ADUs.
I apologize.
all right. It was seconded already, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. All right. So let's go roll call vote. Harvey Rarbach.
Yes.
Okay. Deborah Penrose.
Yes.
Debbie Ruddick.
Yes.
Robert Brownstone.
Yes.
Okay. And then myself. So at this point, I was ready to vote for this, but at this point, I feel like I cannot, based on the fact that I think we are making a decision without any information. And I feel like that is wrong, but obviously I differ with council. So the council's decision will stand, but I am against it. Okay.
Jessica?
That is item 3B.
Was that just for the record, just to make sure the record's clear, Jessica, did you get the vote count you needed in terms of, was that a no vote?
Yes.
Okay.
I was going to vote yes on the topic, but based on this new change, I don't feel like I can until I know that other cities are doing it this way and I need information before I'm willing to vote. Obviously not everybody does, but like for me, it's important to have like statistics. And so, yeah, I'm not ready to vote on this until I can get back what other cities are doing from the ADU perspective of what they're charging sewers.
So are you abstaining, Adam?
No, I guess I don't know.
I don't think you can abstain, actually. You can abstain on a vote unless you have a really good reason. You have to.
Yeah, no, I don't want to abstain because I feel like I know what I want to do. I don't feel okay voting on this, and maybe you can direct me, unless we have the information on the ADU portion. And so I just need like one extra study for people to come back and say, hey, other cities are charging even, let's say 1.8, like, I don't know. And then I'll have the information.
Yeah, we just voted.
Go ahead, Catherine, what do you got?
Well, I was just going to offer, because I did pull a few other sewer rate studies just in my file. And so I just pulled out from Ross Valley Sanitary District, which did a sewer rate study in 2019, also looked at ADUs. And I can send this to you for your information, because this is going to come back, of course, in June. But just for point of reference, single family sewer rate in Ross for 2020 is $1,024. Single family with an ADU is $1,536. So that's about a 50% increase. And that just sort of tracks along for the next 5 years. So that is one data point, but I will say it's consistent with the table before you.
So
and I can send this email this to you.
You're saying that 1.5 is consistent with the other places that have done it?
1.6 is.
No, the 1.6.
Well, this, in terms of just what the overall rate was, I didn't, I'll send this to you so you have it for your information, but what the overall rate that they adopted is about 50% higher if you have an ADU.
So 1.5, not the 1.6, correct? Just to be clear.
I don't know that the EDU necessarily translates to a percentage increase. This is, of course, hard to do, but I'm just trying to give you a rough approximation that other jurisdictions have, single family with ADU ends up being about 50% more in terms of your rate than single family.
So, I mean, I don't know. I would love to have the study information so we can vote on it correctly. And maybe that won't even change people's perspective. For me, it's good to have information before I vote. So I don't know what to say. Can you help direct me on, can I say no, but with this study, I'll say yes? I mean, I don't know.
So in terms of voting, it's basically yes, no, or abstain. And under your council rules, a vote of abstention must clearly indicate for the record the basis for the abstention, including any conflict of interest. So to the extent that the point about, stating your reason for an abstention, you would want to put that on the record.
Well, how about this? Can we vote on this topic again once we get that information?
Well, this is naturally going to come back to you in June
Right.
to actually adopt the rate. So what you're really doing right now is setting the protest hearing and authorizing staff to put the notices out.
Perfect. Then I'm all in. Let's
right.
do it.
And to Mayor Eisen's point, we might decide, looking at everything, that maybe it needs to be raised more. I mean, we don't know.
Absolutely. It could be more. I agree. It could be more, could be less. I mean, it's good to get the information. Just don't vote without the information.
Can I just be clear? That
Please, John.
your June 2nd hearing is about the rates that were noticed in the hearing itself. It is not about adjusting them and changing them and dealing with it at that point. It is about adopting what is on the notice. Tonight's vote would be the point to do so. Here's if we push this issue out, we missed the 45-day window.
Understood.
We have to
Understood.
18. So there is time considerations on this that we're dealing with.
Well, you know what then? I mean, in the sense of just taking care of it with council, and I'm already outvoted and all the various things, I'm just going to go with it. I don't agree with it. I don't like the way that it's formatted. I don't like the lack of research associated with it. I don't like any aspect of it. But like ultimately, we got to get this done. I'm all in. So I'm a
That's a yes vote for you, Mayor?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Let's go. We'll see. We'll see. I still want that study though, because I want to be able to have the information. Is that fair to ask? Bob?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So done with that topic. We're on to future discussion, possible agenda item. Does anybody have anything?
I think our plate is full.
It's full. So I have one topic, and just we've gone through this already really fast, but just to state what is our plan again for the budget talks. Can you just walk me through the timelines real quick?
Sure.
And it's not really an agenda topic, but I kind of missed it earlier.
Well, I'll run it through the same schedule that I provided before. I think it does relate to a comment you made earlier about always having the COVID response, and it sounded like you wanted that on the agenda, but you also wanted that to include a finance component. So it is related to that. So the schedule I lined out was, and we haven't set the date for this next meeting, but the next meeting would be a finance subcommittee meeting. So that could be as early as Friday, but my suggestion would be Jessica will work with the two members for sometime next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that. That would be the finance subcommittee. After that, we have our next meeting on April 21st. At that point in time, we would incorporate the COVID-19 update. We'll put it on other business, and that would include a finance update with it as well. I also mentioned that for that meeting, we had made some calls to have someone come in that could speak to pension costs. I just don't have that confirmed. If we get it, we'll have that person come as well. On May 5th, we'll have our third quarter budget update. So that budget update will be looking backward at how we did through 3 quarters, but also provide us additional information so we can refine some of the comments that I made today, looking forward to the next budget. May 19th, this is just a possibility for an update on the CIP. The CIP will either come on May 19th or the first June meeting. And then the budget will be in 2 meetings, both June meetings. So you'll either get on the first June meeting, both CIP and recommended budget at the same time with 2 weeks later for approval. Or like I said, we might space it out and if the CIP is ready, we would try for May 19th.
Okay, depending on how it goes. And just for the record again, I would like the budget, and I know we've talked about this, to be the only topic on the agenda when we do it that night. So
including CIP. CIP
no problem if it includes the CIP. That's 100%. 100%.
And are you thinking on both meetings? So it's going to come at one meeting, we get some feedback from council, we incorporate that, any feedback we get, and then we come back for the final approval. So that's the 2-step process.
I'm all in. Whatever you think is best along those lines, as long as we're not piling on topics, because those are such big, meaty pieces.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Done. Let's see. Hold on real quick. I'm so sorry. Let me get back to this. City council reports. Anybody have a report they want to talk about? Nope. Boom. I'm using I think nope. Am I doing it too fast?
After the conclusion of this meeting, we are going to reconvene in closed session. And that would require you to actually close out of this Zoom meeting. And then Lisa Lopez sent a code for the part 2 of the closed session.
All right. Well, thank you all for attending the 4/7 City Council meeting. Great job, council members. Great job, staff. Thank you all for answering all those questions. And let's go finish closed session. Have a good night and be safe.